Check 3-4. Check 3-4.
Thanks for checking with me. I was just listening.
Me too.
Check 3-4.
Thanks for checking with me. I was just listening.
Me too.
Check 3-4.
on the record. Today is November 17th, 2023. This is day 2 of the Raytown Water Company's staff-assisted general rate case. This is file number WR 2023-0344. The commission has set this time aside to conclude the evidentiary hearing in this matter. A couple of quick announcements. As you all have noted, our court reporter is on WebEx today. It is going to be very important to talk into the microphone for the court reporter. Okay? That said, we have a large number of witnesses to get through today. So I just want to check in quickly on the status of our various motions to strike. Go ahead.
Judge, as to OPC's motion to strike the section of Mr. Clevenger's testimony, we would consent to that striking.
On the
EIERA
Loan?
issue, or section of his
Okay.
testimony. In terms of our motion to strike, I do want to respond. I could do that orally today. I could do it in written form, probably by tomorrow, although that may not do you any good. But
I'm punting. I'm punting. I don't know if this is going to be part of the report and order or something in between that, but I am totally punting. Nobody is getting a ruling on the motions to strike today. So if that impacts your choice, you run with it.
okay, in that case, I'll get it provided and on file by Monday.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Ms. Martin can correct me, but I believe that OPC is withdrawing its motion to strike Ms. Angela Niemeyer's testimony. And then in regards to staff's motion to strike Mr. Payne's testimony, we are okay withdrawing that on the condition that we will be having Amanda McMillan retake the stand to address the 50-50 sharing mechanism of rate case expense. I know that we had previously said Karen Lyons.
No, I'm fine with that. Did the other parties agree to the new witness?
Ms. Martin is aware. I have not spoken to Mr. Cooper. Ms. Martin has agreed, though.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
I was moved a little bit by the written argument that I received, that would be kind of a late addition. So I also would point out the schedule, and if you're agreeing to that, then we'll move forward, and I'll just grant that, and we'll add a witness.
Well, what I because that's fair. We're struggling because basically in the mindset of fairness, we wanted staff to have an opportunity to respond to the 50-50 sharing mechanism. We could have, if there's a way that we can get it, they can get it in through cross-examination of Mr. Payne. But
Oh, okay, so you're agreeing.
I am, yes.
Great, granted. Staff's motion,
I just want to make sure we are agreeing that Ms. McMillan will retake the stand.
Yes.
Okay, just want to clarify.
yes. Staff's motion in regards to Mansell Payne. That is all of your motion. Withdrawal granted, because you requested it. I'm sure I heard that question. The Raytown motion is pending, and we'll be receiving a written response. OPC has already responded to that. I would offer staff, you don't have to, if you want to, same timeline, Monday? Monday. Today's Friday.
It is.
I'll give you Tuesday.
Fair enough. Thank you.
If you want to respond.
Okay.
And OPC's motion addressed Mr. Clevenger and Ms. Niemeyer. Mr. Clevenger's portion is agreed to be withdrawn? Not his testimony, but the portion of his sur rebuttal addressing the EIERA loan.
Yeah, we're consenting to that being stricken.
Okay. And OPC's motion, which addresses Ms. Niemeyer, has been withdrawn. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you all. We only have pending the company's motion, and that regards Mr. Riley's testimony and Mr. Payne's testimony. We will treat their testimonies as they are coming up exactly as we did yesterday to preserve OPC's objection. I will ask, we will take objections if you would like to object, and then enter it into the record subject to a later ruling on the last pending objection. Okay, excellent. Any other matters? Let's get started. Okay, staff, your witness.
Staff calls Angela Niemeyer.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Your witness.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Angela Niemeyer, Niemeier.
And how are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission as a lead senior utility regulatory auditor.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared rebuttal testimony marked as Exhibit 110 and surrebuttal testimony marked as Exhibit 116?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to make to either of those?
Yes, I do. On my rebuttal testimony, page 9, line 22, the word salary should be changed to the word wage.
And is that your only correction?
Yes.
With that correction in mind, if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is the information contained in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I would move for the admission of Exhibits 110 and 116 and tender the witness for cross.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. Are there any objections to the admission of 110 and 116, subject to the... Are there any objections? We don't have any written objections. None, no objections. Those two exhibits are admitted onto the hearing record. Those are exhibit numbers 110 and 116. Did you tender the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
No questions.
Ms. Martin?
Good morning. Do you remember a meeting between staff, the OPC, and Neil Clevenger that took place on August 9th, 2023 at 2 p.m.?
I would have to look at my calendar. There were a couple of meetings.
Okay. And do you believe that that meeting took place before the disposition agreement?
I just want to caution on on the questions because there's a rule that says that any negotiations in pursuit of a settlement are confidential by the parties.
Right. And I'm not bringing up anything part of the settlement. I'm just bringing up that we were there.
Excellent.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
What was the question again?
Sorry. Was August 9th before the non-unanimous stipulation agreement?
I don't have the date on when that was filed.
Okay. But you said we had a few meetings. Were all of those meetings after the non-unanimous stipulation agreement? In your mind, in your view, or in your memory?
I honestly cannot answer that question without my calendar.
Okay. So the company filed this case on April 4th, yes, of 2023.
That sounds about right.
Okay. Is August 9th the 150 days after April 4th, 2023?
That sounds about right. Without a calendar,
Right. So to give you a hint, that's about 5 months. Is August 9th 5 months after April 4th?
it's about 150 days.
Ms. Martin, can we get to the point?
Right. So it's about 120 days.
Okay.
And the OPC also met with staff later on in the month, still before the 150 days. Is that correct?
Ms. Martin, where are you going?
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to point out that it has been said that OPC did not address our concerns with the stipulation and agreement until it came out. And I am trying to prove that the OPC has been part of this case since before that time. However, if you'd like, I can move on.
Please.
Okay. So, excuse me. On page 9, line 16, wait, let me correct. Line 20, you say, it is not staff's place to tell a private business how to pay their employees.
Hold on. Are we talking about
Of
my
your
testimony?
rebuttal.
Okay,
Yes.
my rebuttal. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. So, is Raytown purely a private business?
They're a regulated business.
Okay. So, in your testimony, when you say it's staff's place not to tell a private business how to pay their employees, you're still standing by that. So, it is a private business, according to you.
They are owned, they have owners, they are a private business that is regulated.
Okay. So, customers, if they are unhappy with the service they are getting from Raytown, in your mind, can go to a different private business without moving or without facing a penalty.
They can reach out to the commission and file any grievances there, which would then be dealt with. So there are mechanisms that are available to them.
So, and it would also, that means that it is a guarantee that if they are displeased with something that the company is doing, they would get some sort of recompense for that.
Staff would review all complaints.
Is that a guarantee to the customer that there would be some sort of recompense that they would no longer have to?
I'm an auditor.
Right.
I can't say what happens outside of that.
Right. Well, if you're calling it a private business and you say it is not staff's place to tell a private business how to pay their employees, I am trying to make sure if you are going to make that statement that you can stand by, despite the fact that customers will not get a guaranteed
When I made
Recompense.
this statement is in reference to whether or not they pay salary or an hourly wage.
right? So if customers hear about the pay and they are displeased, in your mind, staff has nothing to do with it.
Staff reviews, when I reviewed this salary, I compared it against Merrick.
And
I use that as a guide. We do that for all small utilities.
And you compared it against Merrick pricing for chief executives, is that correct?
Chief, depends on which one you're talking about.
So in your testimony, in that same rebuttal testimony on page 10, line 3, you say, or in 2 and 3, excuse me, staff's annualized wage for Ms. Thompson, that includes overtime, is below Merrick's median pay for chief executives. So you are saying in your testimony that Ms. Thompson is a chief executive.
She performs the task of a vice president, which is a chief executive.
So, and did you take a look by any chance at what the Merrick wage for a vice president is?
They don't have it listed as vice president. It is chief executives, plural.
Okay. And you said that staff began with the approved rates in the last case and added the cost of living adjustment for each year since 2020. Ms. Thompson's pay increased almost threefold. She was, in the last rate case, she was paid $54,000. In this, she was given a wage of $100,000, and then she had $41,000 some odd in overtime. So her pay is 3 times what it was in 2020. Is that a COLA increase? Did your pay also increase by 3?
There's multiple questions involved in what you just stated. Can you pinpoint them one by one, please?
Is it just a COLA increase for someone's pay to go up by 3 times what it was?
When I review the same information based on the agreement that was arrived in the last case, the number the 54,000 that you represented is not that. I believe that was the day 120 number. That's not the settlement day 150 number.
So what was the day 150 number?
It was my starting point.
While there is a break in the testimony, the court reporter, I would note, Merrick is an acronym that they are referencing. M as in Mary, E as in Eric. Oh, Eric, MERIC. Ms. Niemeyer, go ahead.
That amount for her starting pay, that was arrived in the last, in the settlement, was $93,267.
And you're saying that $93,623 plus COLA is the equivalent to $150,184.
With COLA, it is $108,759.
So you're saying that it is the amount without the overtime pay?
That is correct.
Okay. And we're gonna move to the meter readers. You heard yesterday from Ms. Thompson that the water testing takes about 4 hours a month. What are the other jobs that you stated that that you believe the meter readers would be taking care of after they were finished reading meters with the implementation of AMI?
That was laid out in staff witness Mr. Williams' testimony. But they'll be doing other jobs, is
Sorry.
my understanding.
Okay, and the reason is you have meter reading expense in your testimony, and you talk about the job includes reading meters, checking fire hydrants, and items related to turning services on or off, including hanging shut-off notice door tags.
Yeah, there are other jobs that they perform besides meter reading.
Right, and so can you provide a little more of those jobs, because you talk about it in your testimony.
Again, besides that, the things you just mentioned,
Well, one of them is reading meters, so. And about how much time do you believe checking fire hydrants, items related to turning services on or off, and hanging shut-off notice door tags takes?
that's a question for the company.
Okay. I think, give me a moment. I think I am complete with this, I am finished with this witness.
Thank you. We'll turn to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Ms. Niemeyer?
No, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And I have not mentioned yet, I'd like the record to reflect the attendance of our chair, Scott Roop, Commissioners Maida Coleman, M-A-I-D-A Coleman, and Commissioner Jason Holzman, H-O-L-S-M-A-N. I know the three of those are in attendance. I do expect the other two to either already be on the WebEx or be joining shortly. Hearing no commissioner questions, the bench does have a couple questions. In your rebuttal testimony on, I'm talking about cash working capital. In small rate cases, cash working capital generally has a smaller impact on the revenue requirement. That is your statement from page 5.
Yes.
Can you explain what you mean?
In larger companies, you're talking thousands of dollars, could be. But in this case, even with what the Office of Public Counsel, it was 10 to 12,000. So in the scheme of things, it's a much smaller impact, material-wise.
Your rebuttal testimony schedule about your case experience says that you filed cash working capital testimony in Missouri American's rate case from 2022.
Yes.
Is that the only case in which you have filed cash working capital testimony?
It is.
Have you reviewed staff's report section relating to cash working capital in the Empire rate case from 2014, that's -0351, that Mr. Riley refers to in a footnote in his Sir rebuttal on page 7? My question is, have you reviewed that? And if yes, do you have any reason to disagree with that 2014 Empire testimony? Have you reviewed that 2014 Empire case?
I have not.
Okay. Can you explain the difference in the increased revenue requirement requested by the company of 735,000, I'm rounding, and as proposed by staff, 1.14 million rounding. Whether, would you explain the difference between those if it is in the return on rate base or between the various accounts?
The number that the company provided was based on December of 2022 numbers. So that does not take into account AMI, didn't take into account any of the salary increases, the COLA. It did not, or for this year, for 2023. It did not take into account the increase in purchase water. And they also used the 9.5 return versus where staff used the 10.37. So there were several factors that are different.
Let's talk about the 3 meter readers. In Mr. Williams' rebuttal, he says that the 3 meter readers will be reassigned to other departments. When should the meter reading expenses be reallocated to other accounts?
You have to remember that we stopped this case June 30th, 2023. So as of that date, they were still reading the other 55% of the meters. So when all the meters are gone, that will affect the number that you're requesting.
And if I can recall the testimony from yesterday correctly, the company is essentially waiting on 200 to 300 or less, and they tend to be the larger meters which are having the supply chain issues, question mark.
That's my understanding as well.
And that there would be a 60 to 90 day, maybe longer, it didn't seem like a firm date, but that there would be a period of double checking the new AMIs? Question mark.
That is correct, but back in May, when we were in the office, they had discussed issues with getting those larger meters then. So I can't say how far in the future we're talking.
So it may not be in December we get the meters and we're looking in March. You're saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, you're saying,
We don't know. We don't know.
okay, thank you. Thank you. The bench has no more questions. As mentioned, I'll ask, and I will continue this practice because we are using the WebEx. Are there any other commissioner questions for this witness? I'll pause for just a moment. If any commissioners are on the phone, recall that it is *6 to unmute. And we will go to recross-examination. Mr. Cooper, thank you.
No
I don't have
questions.
Mr. Kleiser in the room to help me. Go ahead.
No questions.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Martin.
Mr. Martin, okay.
Well, we were just talking about Mr. Kleiser.
You know, we do look very similar. Do you know when staff first included AMI in their accounting schedules?
I believe it was day one, for day 150. I think that's when we finally got the information.
Okay. And you are saying that meter reader will not be switched over to the general employee salary account until the next rate, after the next rate case. Is that correct? When they put the rest of the meters in?
I am saying that this day 150 was based on the end date of June 30, 2023. At that point, there were still meter readers reading meters. So that was our stop date, and that is why we chose that. If you were to take the meter readers out and put them somewhere else, they're still performing work.
Right. And how many meters are currently installed? We went over this yesterday, but I wanted to verify with you. How many meters are currently installed with Raytown?
Today or
Today.
on June 30th?
Today.
Which is when what we included.
Right, today.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. So you don't remember the testimony that there were only about 300 meters that were needed to be by Ms. Thompson?
Objection. I believe that question's it's searching for a confirmation from one witness of another witness's testimony, which is already
That's
in the
fine.
record. So.
Okay. Would you say that as of today, most of the meters have been installed, except for these large meters that we are dealing with the issue?
Hearsay is that. I've not seen any evidence.
Well, that was what you said to Judge Hatcher. You said most.
She was replying to my question. I know I brought it up because I said, if I can recall correctly, and I split it up into two questions at that point. What are we trying to get to?
I just wanted to verify that most of the meters, except for those big ones, are installed at this time.
I have seen no data to support anything beyond the June 30th.
Okay, so you don't continue to look at any data or information.
I've not received anything past that point.
So
I've not received
Right.
anything to prove that the meters were in place. Before that, the company had sent a list of each meters, but when the day 50, I've not received anything past then to show any meters.
right, so you have not viewed any empirical data after that date.
I've not seen any. There's nothing to review that I've seen.
Okay. Does staff have any empirical data to confirm or deny? And did you ask for that data?
We asked for updates. We've not received an update.
Okay. Thank you. We're finished.
Does that conclude your recross?
Yeah, sorry, I said
No,
we're
no.
finished. I think I might have said it quietly.
No, you were good. I was contemplating other things. That'll take us to redirect.
Ms. Niemeyer, do you have your rebuttal in front of you?
I do.
Could you turn to page 10?
Okay.
And starting at line 16, continuing to line 17, you say, I think that most lay people would expect that a change in title with increasing job duties and responsibilities would equate to increase in pay, correct?
Yes.
So you would agree with me that wages can increase for reasons other than cost of living?
Yes.
Would you agree that it is not the commission's role to tell a company how to run their business, but to determine what expenses the company is allowed to recover in rates?
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Niemeyer. You are excused, subject to recall, which, subject to recall, thank you.
Okay.
Next witness for staff.
Staff calls Randall Jennings.
And to the court reporter, MERIC stands for Missouri Economic Research and Information Center. This is the judge. Good morning, Mr. Jennings. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony today will be the entire truth? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. Your witness.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Randall Jennings, Randall Jennings.
And how are you employed and in what capacity?
I am a senior utility regulatory auditor in the Financial Analysis Department for the Public Service Commission.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared direct testimony, public and confidential versions marked as Exhibit 102, and surrebuttal testimony marked as Exhibit 114?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to make to that testimony? And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Is the knowledge contained in that testimony, or the information contained in that testimony, true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I would move for the admission of Exhibit 102, public and confidential versions, and Exhibit 114, and tender Mr. Jennings for cross.
You have heard the motion. I'm going to combine them all into one question, both for the public and the confidential. And hearing no objections, Exhibit 102 and 114, both public and confidential, are admitted onto the hearing record. The witness was tendered. Mr. Cooper, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jennings, OPC indicates in its statement of position that it is only challenging the return on equity and not the rate of return. Would you tell us what the rate of return is?
The rate of return is, I believe, comes out to 6.8.
Let me change my question a little bit. I was really getting at just what, not the number that is represented in the non-unanimous agreement, but just generally, what is rate of return and what is it used for in the rate-making process?
Rate of return is the rate upon which the company obtains a return on their investments in capital and equity.
And ultimately, it's what we use to multiply by the rate base to come up with the return on. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
If Mr. Murray's proposed return on equity or anything other than the 10.37 ROE that's built into the non-unanimous agreement is utilized or ordered by the commission, would you agree that the rate of return will be something other than the 6.8% that you mentioned?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, and Ms. Martin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Were you listening to Mr. Clevenger's oral testimony yesterday in the hearing?
Parts, yes.
Okay. Do you remember hearing him testify that the terms of the preferred securities Raytown issued subsequent to receiving the commission authority in WF 2021-0131 had different terms than outlined in his application?
Yes.
Okay. Did you address the changes in the terms of the preferred stock in your testimony in this case?
Can you point to where I did?
It's page 6 of your surrebuttal. I believe line 13. And give me one moment because I have other papers.
While OPC looks for that, I'd like to announce for the record the attendance of Commissioner Glenn Kolkmeyer. He has joined the WebEx some time ago. This is a good opportunity to go ahead and make sure that that's on the record. Counsel, go ahead.
Okay. Give me one moment. I've gotten a little discombobulated. So, yes, on line 13 of your surrebuttal, beginning at line 13, you addressed the preferred stock and the changes in that preferred stock. Do you remember that portion
Yes.
of your testimony?
I have that testimony in front of me.
Great. One moment, because I am dying. Do you recall the OPC issuing you a data request about whether staff requested Raytown provide its final executed preferred stock subscription agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Your DR response, did it attach a copy of their preferred stock certificate?
I don't recall.
Okay. It did not. Mr. Murray has a copy that we can, of your DR response, that we can pass out. And then can you give me one as well? Okay. So, looking at this DR response, do you see any attachment to that response of the preferred stock certificate?
No.
Okay. Give me one moment. So, do you have the preferred stock certificates with you? Give me one moment because we have more papers that we are passing out. So there are 2 Raytown preferred stock subscription agreements, and I'm going to let you look at. There's the one that was admitted yesterday, the preferred stock agreement, and I don't.
Exhibit 212.
Yes, Exhibit 212, and then I'm hoping that if we have a copy for you, I will see if we can get that. And then there's this other one that I am giving you right now. Or I'm not, but Mr. Murray is. And once you get that, so you can be thinking about it, I will be asking you if you can tell me which one of the 2 agreements you were able to look at, that the company was able to provide you. And do you have the?
Ms. Martin?
Yes, and to repeat my question, I wanted to give you a chance to look. Can you tell me which of these agreements Raytown provided you?
Neither.
Neither? So they provided you a 3rd agreement? That was not,
They provided me with a stock certificate
okay.
and what I believe was a flyer that was sent with their quarterly statements or something.
About the preferred stock? I believe that we looked at that flyer yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. And I don't remember if it has officially been entered?
Exhibit 212?
Okay. I couldn't remember if the flyer portion had, and yes, it has. Okay. So they didn't say there was nothing about offering documents at all?
No.
Okay. So in your surrebuttal, okay, do you have a copy of the certificate that was provided to staff?
Not with me, no.
Okay. Could you get a copy of the certificate provided to staff? As the OPC has not received such a certificate.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then are we able to admit that as an exhibit onto the record?
Not without seeing it.
Right.
I also
That's-
have questions about your other 2 pieces of paper.
Okay, yes.
Did you want to
Oh,
offer
oh,
those?
yes. So well, I don't know if I want to admit them if you didn't, have you not viewed those papers at all?
No.
One of them was already admitted yesterday, but the other one you said that you have not seen.
I've not seen either of those documents.
Okay, so, what we would like to admit these for is, showing the confusion. There were two documents, one of which apparently, or neither of which apparently, staff has been able to
No,
view.
ma'am.
Okay,
As far as I know, you printed this out and brought it to court this morning.
okay, that's fine. So in your sir rebuttal testimony, you indicate that portions of Raytown's preferred stock could now be viewed as debt. That was on page 6. And in sections 16 through 20, or lines 16 through 20, pardon me. Do you remember that
Yes.
portion of your testimony? Okay. What portions of the preferred stock can now be viewed as debt?
As Mr. Clevenger had stated in his testimony, any stock that had been held for 2 years has the owner, the holder of that stock has the right of redemption, as he puts it in his testimony. So it being the end of 2023, any stock issued in 2021 would now be held for 2 years and be available for redemption.
So, those are the only two requirements for this information that you are now viewing as debt? The 2-year, the fact that the stockholders have held that stock for 2 years and there's a mandatory redemption?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So that's all the preferred stock?
The stock issued in 2021 can now be redeemed.
So if it's issued in 2022?
Those cannot be redeemed yet based on the current terms of when the stock was issued.
When are they gonna be able to be redeemed?
2 years from the date of purchase.
Okay, so next year.
2 years from the date of purchase.
So it becomes dead at that point?
Can you define dead?
And it would follow the same terms of the debt that you have,
Oh, I'm sorry, you said debt.
Yes.
I thought you said dead.
no. Goodness.
Yes, 2 years from the date of purchase, it would be considered, could be considered, long-term debt.
Okay. Sorry, there was confusion because we had different situations. Okay. Are you familiar with staff's recommendation in case number WF 2021-0131?
Is that the recommendation for them to issue preferred stock?
Yes.
Vaguely, yes. I don't have it in front of me.
Can you read?
Oh. Do you have copies?
Yeah. And once, I don't know if you would like to wait for a moment or if you would like to read the highlighted portion of that.
Yeah, let's wait.
Okay.
Wait to
I
distribute it.
couldn't. For everybody else, it is on page 5 of the recommendation.
Thank you.
What is the highlighted portion that you're looking at?
I don't have the document in front of me. Does it start on the third line, I think?
So we're looking at page 5 of 5 of the staff memorandum.
Yes.
And the top paragraph of that page with the sentence beginning about from the top preferred stocks, comma, just like.
Can you read out loud that highlighted language?
Preferred stocks, just like common equity, do not represent an obligation that will force Raytown into bankruptcy in the event that Raytown misses payment of dividends. According to the board resolution, the preferred stock shall be redeemable solely at the discretion of the corporation and upon request therefore by the shareholder. While proposed preferred stocks are redeemable, which is normally a liability, Raytown does not have to redeem the stocks, but it shall do so if it is favorable to do so. Consequently, the impact of the proposed issuance of preferred stock on Raytown's financial risk is insignificant.
So staff's recommended approval of the preferred stock was with terms more similar to equity than debt in case WF 2021-0131. Correct?
Well, I believe the first sentence of what is highlighted states that do not represent an obligation that will force Raytown into bankruptcy in the event that Raytown misses payment of dividends.
So it's not mandatory.
What's not mandatory?
That they provide the payment of dividends.
I didn't say that.
Okay. So, is it your position on Mr. Murray's estimated estimate a future or a current credit rating for Raytown?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
and
can you?
I'm sorry. I'm switching over to the credit ratings assessment. So, I will give you a moment, and then I will.
Okay, so
We are on the credit ratings assessment in your sir rebuttal testimony.
can you give me a page and line number?
I believe it's right here, right? I'm viewing it now. I believe it's page 2. It says, in response to OPC witness Mr. David Murray, implied credit rating. Implied credit rating.
Okay.
So, is it your position that Mr. Murray estimated a future or a current credit rating for Raytown?
I believe he calculated future credit metrics in order to calculate a future implied credit rating that then use that as their current implied credit rating.
And why did you characterize Mr. Murray's estimated estimate of Raytown's credit rating as being a predicted future credit rating?
Because he's using, this is kind of where you get into the circular logic of Mr. Murray's calculations.
So did Mr. Murray characterize his estimated credit rating as a future credit rating?
I don't recall how he explicitly stated it.
Mr. Jennings, I want to make sure I get this on the record. You didn't answer Ms. Martin's question, and I want to
I'm
make
sorry.
sure. No, you're fine. You guys are having a conversation, but the gravamen of her question was why is your description of Mr. Murray's testimony a circular logic? Why is that the description?
I describe his logic as being circular logic in the sense that Mr. Murray is using the non-unanimous agreement, which OPC objected to then forecast what their future revenues based upon the required revenue increase, again, in the non-unanimous agreement, will be in the future, and then what their credit metrics as a result would be. Using those credit metrics, then he calculates what their future implied credit rating would be, and then uses that future credit rating as their current credit rating.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Martin.
No, it's okay. I'm going to take a look at your, one second, I'm trying to Oh. Okay. I was confused for a minute. Okay, so, in your direct testimony on page 5, lines 5 and 6, you testify you use the small utility ROR methodology to estimate a fair and reasonable rate of ROE for
sorry.
rate.
Which page number? I'm sorry.
That was page 5, lines 5 and 6.
Thank you.
Yes. So on that page, you say staff employed its small utility ROR methodology for its authorized ROE estimation.
Correct.
Okay. Pardon me. Sorry. So, do you have that document? Okay. Sorry, my technical expert has lots of documents. So we are going to hand you the document provided in response to OBCDR number 0130. Does this document look familiar?
Yes.
Before you go on with your questions and as it's being handed out, what are we doing with the staff recommendation from the finance case?
We were just trying to understand why he was calling. Oh, we won't admit it since we already have the portion that we need in the record with him reading the highlighted section. Would you like to admit it? We can.
I don't see any movement by either council to request it, but I'll keep it on the bench just in case.
Okay. Okay. So on page 3 of that document, and I will give you a moment to look at it, does that portion indicate that Steph's methodology follows S&P or Standard & Poor's corporate rating methodology?
Yes.
Okay. Does staff's procedure identify the Standard & Poor or S&P's November 19th, 2013 S&P corporate methodology?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if S&P's methodology for estimating a company's current credit rating includes consideration of projected financial credit metrics?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Is that in there? Okay, so we have another document for you. There is a little bit that we
Ms.
would
Martin, what are we doing with this one?
like.
Go ahead
I
and
would-
keep passing those out.
Yes, I would like to move to admit. I think it's 15 at this point. 16.
No, 215 sounds correct.
Okay.
But I want to confirm.
Sorry, I'm not used to having this many documents we're passing out.
Okay, I'll give this a few questions before I ask council for any objections. But I've marked this Exhibit 215, and this is data response,
0130.
thank you, 0130.
Oh, is that not written on there?
It is.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Wait, do we want to see if there are any objections to the entrance of the exhibit?
No, as I just said,
Oh.
I'm going to let you get a couple questions in
Oh,
so
okay.
we all can catch up on what's going on, and then I'll ask the other council if they have objections.
Okay, and then can you give me, can you read, and I'm gonna have you read a couple of paragraphs, but,
Please don't.
oh, it's,
The exhibits or likely going to be in evidence. I can
Okay.
read them.
yeah, we don't have to read them on the record, so, based on this information, and if you can not read it on the record, but maybe take some time to look through it, is it clear that S&P's estimate of a current credit rating assigns a majority of weight to financial projections, if not almost complete weight, if a company is undergoing a transformational event? if you look at pages, or paragraphs 112, 116, and 117, those should be the portions that discuss.
I don't see any paragraph in the hundreds.
Sorry, if
I don't-
you,
I don't see
the-
paragraph numbering.
It's on page 31
yeah,
Begins
sorry,
on
the
page-
the second
oh.
page.
of this document.
I don't have a copy of that.
You didn't get,
And I thought we were asking questions about Exhibit 215, which is not yet admitted.
that's fine, I was gonna give you the document. Yeah, no, exhibit 215 was,
Ms. Martin, before you can ask questions about things, they
Right.
have to be handed out so that
Right.
other people have a fair chance to look over things. I'm not talking about the witness, I'm talking about me.
Right.
And I'm talking about the other counsel. Don't move to questions about a second document until we've finished up talking about the first document. Because I was under the distinct impression, having asked you, that we were gonna be asking questions on 215. So
Okay.
let's
I-
square that away.
I apologize. So, what we will do is we are just saying,
Nope, you're not saying.
or we.
Tell me
we're-
the answer to Exhibit 215. What's happening right now with Exhibit 215?
Right. Would the OPC moves to enter Exhibit 215?
No,
Okay.
denied. As I stated, third time, I'm going to let you ask some
Oh, to
questions.
get it entered.
Please
I'm
stop
sorry.
interrupting. I'm going to allow you to ask some questions to lay a foundation about Exhibit 215 so that we can catch up.
Right.
I would appreciate not asking the witness to read paragraphs. I am very concerned about time.
Right.
I want you to be able to make your case, and we haven't even gotten to OPC's witnesses yet. So, with the help of Mr. Murray, perhaps you can get to the final question, and then we can kind of work backwards from that.
Right.
So the pointed question that you're leading up to ask Mr. Jennings, I would prefer that that be your first question. But it's your case. I want to let you go ahead. We are on Exhibit 215, and I am expecting questions on Exhibit 215.
Okay. So, right. No. Exhibit 215, you said that you did recognize that document?
Yes.
And do you remember taking part in that, the creation of that document, or at least reviewing it for this case? That DR?
I did not create this document, no.
Okay. But you do recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate representation of what you remember looking at? In response, the DR response 0130.
Yes.
Okay. The OPC moves to enter exhibit number 215 onto the record.
I see no objections.
Okay.
215 is admitted onto the hearing record. Go ahead.
Okay. Wait, I didn't. So, I do just want to be clear. So you talk about using the S&P's method rating, and the S&P does use future metrics, but is not assigning a future credit rating. Is that correct? It uses financial projections, but calls it a current credit rating. In the methodology staff used to,
In Exhibit 215?
in Exhibit 215. Or, okay, we'll just move on, because I'm confused, and I believe you're confused, and I understand. Why are we talking about this? Okay. We have no further questions.
I want to pick up right now exactly on that train of thought, and that's why I'm not going to ask for commissioner questions first. Exhibit 215 is a document prepared in part by Mr. Murray. Mr. Murray used to work for staff, used to be a supervisor for staff. Are all those statements correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
So in essence, this DR is citing how to do a staff-assisted rate case and how to calculate future credit. That's my given. My question is, it seemed like the difference that I just heard, which is the reason that I want to pick this up right now, was, Mr. Murray, can you, it was a something event. It was a transformational event. That seems to me to be the gravamen of the disagreement between you two, because he's saying that there's a transformational event in a rate case happening, and I think you're saying I'm doing all the calculations and coming up with a credit rating and not expecting or calculating an expected rate case within your calculations in that rate case.
Correct. Staff uses historical data because it's known and measurable.
Can you expand on why you disagree that this is a transformational event? Because I think that's going to be the question for Mr. Murray.
It depends on what you're identifying the transformational event to be. None of us have crystal balls to be able to tell in the future what expenses the utility company will incur in the future, how many breakages or repairs they'll have to incur that will affect their bottom line. And that's why we use historical data as opposed to future projected data.
Thank you. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Jennings? We'll pause for a minute as everyone is on WebEx, and this will be a good time to state for the record the attendance of Commissioner Kayla Hahn, in person, H-A-H-N. She is here in the courtroom. Where are we
No
at?
questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kolkmeyer. We are on recross. Mr. Cooper.
Follow up on the law judge's question, and I think you may have indicated this, but I want to be sure. Is a part of the difference as well that you don't have any idea sitting here today even what revenue requirement increase will be granted by the commission in this case?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Thank you. And Ms. Merton?
The OPC does not have any questions. Thank you.
And redirect.
Just a couple questions. Mr. Jennings, in case WF 2021-0131, in either the company's application, the staff recommendation, or the commission order in that case, anywhere in there, is there any statement about redemption conditions of Raytown's preferred stock?
No.
Should the commission or commission staff follow S&P corporate methodology?
No.
And to the best of your knowledge, does the PSC use a historical test year or a future test year?
Historical.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. You are excused, subject to recall as we do. And I had heard some discussion about other witnesses. Is staff calling more witnesses?
Yes, we've still got 2 more witnesses on the list, and then recall Amanda McMillan.
Okay. Go ahead.
Staff calls Courtney Horton.
Thank you. Ms. Horton, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness?
Could you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Courtney Horton, Courtney
And how are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission as a utility regulatory auditor.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared rebuttal testimony marked as Staff Exhibit 108?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to make to that testimony?
No.
If I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is the information contained in that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I would move for the admission of Staff Exhibit 108 and tender Ms. Horton for cross.
Thank you. You've heard the motion on the admission of Exhibit 108. Are there any objections? Hearing none, it is so admitted. Mr. Cooper?
No questions.
Ms. Martin?
So, excuse me, Ms. Horton, in your testimony, you list several cases that the OPC was aware that the transportation expense was done by the IRS audit. Do you have any empirical, logical examples of why that was the correct move by OPC not to object to that in the past?
It is the IRS standard mileage rate, and the audit management report was closed in October of 2000, and in response to OPC DR number 1008, in case number WR-2009-0098, RWC specifically stated that they were using the IRS standard mileage rates to determine the Neil's reimbursement for his vehicle. So OPC has been aware since, to my knowledge, since the 2009 rate case that they have been using the IRS standard mileage rate to determine his reimbursement.
And what is the IRS standard mileage rate used for?
It's basically to determine a reimbursement and a vehicle reimbursement.
A vehicle reimbursement. So the IRS normally uses that for people to reimburse companies for usage of their cars?
Generally, yes.
Are you sure?
No. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the,
Is it quite possible that the IRS standard mileage rate is used for companies to reimburse employees for using their own cars for company business?
yeah, so the IRS standard mileage rate, like for example, a state employee, if the state vehicles are not available to drive, we have to drive one of our own personal vehicles, we get currently, it's a state rate, but it's the same amount as the IRS standard mileage rate, which is 65 cents per mile.
So it is the company paying the employee, not the employee paying the company for use of the vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And your argument as to why this is proper is because it is based on the 30-year-old management audit. Do you not believe that this 30-year-old management audit has any good business practices that we should review for this case today?
No, I mean, RWC is following some of the recommendations that we have in there, but since this was a 30-year-old audit management report that we're talking about, and they've been doing the same thing for years, and we've approved it every year, I don't foresee us going back and changing something that we've been approving for years.
So
And the OPC.
if the OPC and staff was approving something for years and after more review believed that that was not the correct and a prudent decision by staff and OPC, there's no opportunity for staff and OPC to change their mind at any point in the future.
There's an opportunity to change our minds, but I don't.
But not right now.
I don't foresee a need to. His mileage is very low. In fact, in 2022, his average number of miles per month was only 28 miles. So if he incurs higher mileage going forward, then I will review that information at that time and determine if we should do something different.
Does he have a car?
No, but his wife does.
Has he used that car, the company vehicle, for reasons other than going to and from work and going to sites?
Yes, but he keeps a personal mileage log.
Right. And so he does in effect use this car as if it was his own car.
I think generally he tries to keep his personal miles pretty low. He uses his wife's vehicle whenever he can, but he is allowed to use this vehicle for personal use as long as he keeps track of his personal miles
And
reimburses
pays
the company.
as if he is the company and the company is an employee.
According to the IRS standard mileage rate, yes.
Okay. And you believe it is appropriate for individuals to pay more for a car that Mr. Clevenger uses as a personal vehicle, while he does tend to use Miss Clevenger's car to a point.
That question is very long. Can you shorten it, please?
You believe that it is proper for customers to be paying for this car despite the fact that he uses it for personal use?
Yes, because in his reimbursement, the IRS standard mileage rate includes gas, oil, tires, maintenance, repairs, depreciation, insurance, registration. So it includes everything that should be reimbursed back to the company.
As if the company was an employee and Mr. Clevenger was the company. And are all of those things taken into account by Mr. Clevenger? He does maintenance. He pays for the personal property tax for this vehicle.
I don't know if he pays the personal property tax for the vehicle.
Okay. So he pays every other aspect of the vehicle if it needs to change the tire and everything like that. That's not within the company's purchase. So it is basically his vehicle.
So all the things I had listed previously, those items are included in the IRS standard mileage rate. So when he reimburses the company, he's reimbursing them for it's calculated into the IRS mileage rate. So he's reimbursing them for the gas, the oil, the depreciation, registration, insurance, things like that. It's all included in that rate.
And that includes the time and expense it would take to do all of those with that car.
I would assume so.
So you are telling me today that you believe it is proper for someone to be paying 65 cents to be driving a 2022 vehicle, as if it were his personal vehicle.
Well, like I said before, his miles are very, very low. Should they increase, I may consider a different rate at that time.
So what
But-
is the proper amount of miles to consider it a personal vehicle and not a company vehicle?
Well, technically, it is a company vehicle. He just drives it for company and personal use.
Right. For you to that's what I'm saying. So for you to consider the car a personal vehicle and not a company vehicle, how much would he have to drive?
So, okay, can you repeat the question, please?
How much would he have to drive for this car to be considered a personal vehicle in your view?
There isn't no specific threshold, but I would have to look at the previous years and compare the data. And if his mileage, let's say the next time they come in for a rate case, and his mileage increases by 12, he puts, on average, let's say 900 miles per month on the vehicle. Then I may consider something different.
Okay. So, and are you saying that he is paid for driving to work? Or is he reimbursed at all for driving to work or driving home from work if it might be a situation where he may be called out later?
I don't think I can answer that question specifically because I'm not real sure, but I can say that I seen in his personal mileage log that He is driving the vehicle home every single night, but it's due to safety reasons because when they left the vehicles at the facility, they were getting vandalized, broken into, and even stolen. And he, from what I reviewed in the personal mileage log, he is recording his miles to and from his house as personal mileage.
And do you drive, how far do you think you drive in a month?
Well, I drive about 60 miles a day, so it's quite a bit.
Oof, so you don't live within the town right now?
No.
So if if you did live in Jefferson City, about how much would you be driving per month?
It depends on where I lived.
I
Ms.
said
Martin, we seem to be getting really far afield from Truck 206.
I was just trying to point out that if you
We're getting into an argument about a philosophy about when a truck becomes a personal vehicle or not. That's what I'm hearing. I'd like to get back to Truck 206.
I'm sorry. I was trying to point out that low mileage people can still have personal cars with low mileage, as Mr. Clevenger's.
I will take judicial notice of that fact.
Okay, thank you. Then, if that's the case, I am complete. I'm finished with and I tender the witness.
Where are we at? Commissioner questions. Are there any? Thank you. Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you. The only question left in my mind about Truck 206 is on the nights when Mr. Clevenger does not respond to a work event, does he record his mileage home and back to work and reimburse for that?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other commissioner questions? And as I have done in this case, due to the WebEx, I'll ask again. The bench does have a couple questions.
Okay.
I want to talk about the 3 or so trucks that were sold. Would it be reasonable to impute the Blue Book values for salvage of vehicles that had extremely low sales values or for missing vehicles? I can repeat that.
Yeah, if you could please.
Would it be reasonable to impute the Blue Book values for salvage of vehicles that had extremely low sales values recorded or for missing vehicles?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. Do you have a work paper that includes actual mileage and reimbursement amounts for personal use of Raytown water vehicles for the test year?
Yes, for Neil Clevenger.
The commission would like to ask for that as an exhibit. I'm going to call it Exhibit 400. I think that's the high end for everybody. So 400 is your work paper on Truck 202. And
206.
206. Since this is going to be after the hearing, I don't want to ask for objections now. Let's do this as a late filed exhibit. And I need to ask if Ms. Aslan would be so kind as to file that for me, because I don't know how I would get the work papers.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you. Where in the revenue requirement are the vehicle reimbursement dollars recognized?
It would be the other miscellaneous revenues.
What USOA account would the reimbursement amounts be recorded in?
It'd be recorded in a 400 account, but there is, the truck is specifically recorded to the 472 account.
Thank you. That is all the questions from the bench. I'll ask once again if there are any commissioner questions, and I'll pause for a moment due to the WebEx. That is again *6 to unmute. Hearing no questions, we'll move on to recross. Mr.
No-
Cooper.
No questions.
Ms. Martin?
No. Questions?
Direct.
I just have a few questions. Judge Hatcher was asking you about salvage. Is salvage related to depreciation?
Yes, I think it has something to do with planned depreciation.
And are you a depreciation expert?
I am not.
Just one more question. As a practical matter, do you see any difference between a company reimbursing an employee for use of a vehicle versus an employee reimbursing the company for use of a vehicle?
Do I see a difference between the two?
Yes. Other than the obvious difference, and it's different people reimbursing each other. As a practical matter, is there any real
No.
difference?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Horton, you are dismissed, subject to recall, just as
Okay.
we're doing. That seems more or less pro forma, though. Would you tell me which witness we're scratching for staff? And can we talk about that for just a second?
Yes, Lisa Stockman.
Okay. And that's the conversation I was referencing. I'd overheard just a tiny bit of that, but she didn't provide testimony on issues?
That was a different issue.
Okay. I'm going to stop guessing. Thank you. So Ms. LeMay is next. I'll let you call your own witness.
Staff calls Sherry LeMay to the stand.
Thank you. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the entire truth?
I will.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Go ahead.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Sherry LeMay, SHERRYELESMES.
How are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission as a utility regulatory auditor.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared rebuttal testimony marked as Exhibit 109 and surrebuttal testimony marked as Exhibit 115?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to make to either of those testimonies?
Yes, I do. To my rebuttal testimony, excuse me. Page 2 and page 3 in the heading, it should read rebuttal. It says currently direct.
Do you have any other corrections to make?
No.
And with that change in mind, if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And is the information contained in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I would offer Exhibits 109 and 115 and tender the witness for cross.
You've heard the motion by staff. I'll combine the questions. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 109 or 115? Seeing no objections, they are both admitted. Go ahead. Witness has been tendered. Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell me how rate case expense normally is handled in terms of what expense is captured? And I mean, you know, through the filing of briefs, or what time period would normally be captured in that?
Each rate case expense is reset, so we look at the expenses for that case.
And if you know, when you're looking at the rate case expense, for example, for this case, would staff normally collect data as to rate case expense up through the filing of the briefs, or what, again, if you know, what
Through
period?
the filing of briefs.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. That'll take us to Ms. Martin.
Good morning. Is it still
Morning.
morning? Yes. Okay. So in this case, you talk about the normalization of the rate case expense in your rebuttal testimony. Do you remember that conversation? Or, sir, rebuttal, excuse me.
Do you have a page and a line number?
It's generally what your general conversation is about rate case expense on pages 2, 3. I think it's your entire sir rebuttal. That is the focus. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Is you're generally talking about the handling of rate case expense and normalization of rate case expense?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe it is, you say, that this has been what you guys do and that OPC has not raised concerns. Is that correct? That is what you say about page 3, line number 14 of your sir rebuttal testimony. And I guess line 13 is the question.
That's correct.
So I reiterate my question that I asked Ms. Horton. Do you believe that if the OPC and staff notices a concern that they did not notice in an earlier case, they cannot fix that concern?
They're able to change their mind if that's what you're asking.
So, and if they change their mind, they are able to present these opinions and these arguments and concerns to the commission.
Yes.
So, if OPC did not bring up the concern about the normalization of rate case expense in cases WR 2012, 0405, WR 2015, 0246, and WR 2020, 0264, then that does not necessarily negate the fact that they are now seeing this issue in WR 2023, 0344, which is this case.
I guess I don't understand what you're asking.
If we see an issue now that we did not address before, we do have the ability to bring up that issue.
Yes?
Okay. Give me one moment. So the number of years is based on staff's estimate of how long it will be before or after the utility will come back in for a rate case. That is what you say on sir rebuttal, page 3, lines number, I think, 20 and 21, 20 and 21.
That's correct.
Okay. So has staff ever stated or normalized an expense and then found that the company has not come in for 3 years, but come in for, say, 5?
Well, companies are able to come in at their discretion.
Well, water companies, but yes. Right, so there have been instances in the past where the normalization method that staff provides does cause a company to get more or less than they would have gotten in rate case expense had they not had a normalization, if they had been amortized or normalized and amortized.
We don't look at that when we set that time period. We can only look at what we're doing at the time of the rate case. We can't look into the future and say, oh, it'll be 3 years or 4 years or 5 years. We don't know that.
Right. And I'm not saying that you do, and I apologize if that's coming across. But you're saying it is possible to get over or under reimbursed, or that to be placed in rates.
That may occur for that single issue, but when you're talking about the whole picture, there are a lot of issues involved, and one issue may over or under, but it may be washed out by another that is over or under. So you can't just take one single issue. You have to look at the whole picture.
Yes. And were you by any chance part of WR 2020-0264?
No, I was not.
So you don't know what the increase was or anything like that. Have you reviewed that case?
I did review it, but I was not involved in it.
Okay. Do you remember what the increase ended up being?
Not right off the top of my head, no.
Okay. And you agree that staff is wanting to increase rates now, a little more than 3 years later, by double digits?
Staff is looking at the data that's presented, and then we make a recommendation based on that data.
Right, and that is 27.26%.
We don't set anything to do with rates. We simply present the data that's presented.
So staff doesn't help the commission understand and set rates?
We present the data in the most appropriate way that we feel.
Okay. And I think I have no further questions.
Let's take a break until 11 a.m. Let's go off the record, and we are at recess until 11 a.m. We'll come back with Ms. LeMay with commissioner questions. The bench does have a few questions, and it'll take a little bit to get through.
Okay.
Let's go back on the record. The time of recess having expired. Ms. Lemay was on the stand. We are at commissioner questions. As Ms. Lemay returns to the stand, I'll first remind her, she's already been sworn in, that's still applicable. And second, we're going to clean up a exhibit from yesterday. This is Exhibit 214, which are the contents of DR 0007. Yesterday was presented the numerical sheet, and we requested of Ms. Martin to also include the cover sheet so we know what the question is. My understanding is that this DR 0007 includes some 70 pages. So with the consent of the council, and they have talked among themselves before this, and I will again ask for any objections, we're going to go ahead and take just those 2 pages. Are they coming forward or are they with the stack? You're,
Yeah, those are the 2 pages that are being printed right now. Those are the 2 pages that are currently being printed right now, sorry.
I got you, no problem. I made a mistake. We're going to pick up with Ms. Lemay. We'll come back and circle around to Exhibit 214. Ms. Lemay, I had previously asked you to have a copy of OPC Witness Payne's surrebuttal schedules 2 and 3.
Correct.
Thank you. Would you confirm that those are staff rate case expense work papers?
Yes.
On 2, and for those listening, I am skipping reading the initials. This is Schedule MMP-R-2. This is again from Witness Payne. I'm going to continue calling it by just the number. Schedule 2 labels amounts total for previous rate case and total for current rate case. The 2 amounts are then added together and divided by 3. The resulting amount is labeled normalized rate case expense 3 years. Is that an accurate description of what appears on the schedule?
Yes.
Schedule 3 has a heading Residual Rate Case Expense from WR-2020-0264. What does the word residual mean?
That was a poor choice of words on my part. It has since been corrected to the word total, which it should have been from the beginning.
Thank you. Would you agree that the normalized and adjusted amount on that same schedule is $5,856?
Yes.
And would you agree that that is the amount staff has included for recovery in the revenue requirement?
Yes.
What amount would staff have included in its revenue requirement if the next Raytown case was anticipated to be in 3 years instead of 2?
Then the total amount would have been divided by 3.
Would staff expect rate case expenses to be more in a rate case that goes to hearing than the expenses in a rate case that is settled by disposition agreement?
That is very likely.
I don't know if this is a question for Ms. Aslan or for you. I'm just going to throw it out there. The commission is going to request an exhibit. Would staff update the current rate case, known and measurable expenses? Okay, through today, for this rate case, and provide that information to the commission as an exhibit?
Judge, we have some of that information, if you're talking about legal expenses. I believe we do not yet have an invoice from the month of October, so we've only got a portion of that at this point.
And I'm also thinking briefs.
Your Honor, yeah, in the past, and that's why, sort of the purpose of my question earlier, was that because, a good bulk of the time happens even after the hearing, I'm most familiar with it running through the end of the briefing period, but.
I can't get an exhibit after the briefing period.
No, and the other thing that I would tell you, from the way you set that up, is that the invoice that would cover October is out in the world today, and so that could be added to the DR response. And I don't know what you want to do with the November time. We could estimate it.
I'll take an estimate.
I was going to say, by the beginning of next week, I would have the recorded time up at least through the hearing and could provide that as an estimate. I wouldn't have an actual invoice.
Yeah, and I just realized that next week is Thanksgiving. Did not think about that until just an hour ago. I have been giving you guys a deadline of next Friday. That's not going to work.
Well, I thought about making that point earlier, and I
Yeah.
thought, no, they're open.
Well,
So
No, the
good
governor
enough.
says we're closed.
Oh, all right. Well,
We'll come up with a date. I would like that information. I will take an estimate. I do need an exhibit.
Would it help? I do have a copy of the one invoice. No?
I don't want to confuse the matter,
Okay.
and I appreciate that. But I think having one exhibit with the staff work papers at a point in time is what this question is seeking. If there's an estimate, that's great. And because of the information I'm seeking, I'm inclined to set the due date for everything to maybe the Wednesday following Thanksgiving, or even later.
well, the caveat I gave earlier, and I maybe shouldn't have called it an estimate, it's just making the point that I won't have a invoice at that point in
Yeah.
time, but all the time will be entered, and so I can create what we call a pre-bill that shows everything for November, so.
Judge Hatcher, are you just wanting legal expenses, or as far as rate case expense, would you also want travel costs for Ms. Thompson and Mr. Clevenger?
Rate, case, known and measurable expenses. The whole ball of wax, so thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I would have missed that. We're not going to have a due date for right now. Let's all think about that. We still got lunch to get through. Yeah, Thanksgiving is coming up. We're not going to have anything due next week. We're going to kick that to at least the following week. And we're trying to get, I'm going to take a quick break. We're trying to get the decision, the commission, written on the same timeline, the original rule timeline, but that's middle of January. So that's really the only restriction on kind of my rush is I want to make sure that that we can get the company, whatever the decision of the commissioners, in as efficient of a fashion as we can. So, that said, I was finished with my questions. Thank you very much. I have one more pending. Yes, go ahead. I have one more pending exhibit. I'm going to call 401 that Ms. Aslan has so wonderfully volunteered to file at a date to be determined. And that will include all of the known and measurable rate case expenses. Okay. Are there any commissioner questions for Ms. LeMay? We'll give a second for the WebEx. And hearing none, we'll go to recross. Mr. Cooper?
No questions.
Ms. Martin?
No questions.
Redirect?
Ms. LeMay, Counsel for OPC asked you about the possibility of over or under recovery of rate case expenses from year to year or in between rate cases. Do you recall that?
I do.
And the potential of over or under recovery, that's exactly why we normalize, correct?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
Do you have something else to add to that? Or just yes?
Well, that is why we normalize, but also we do not track those expenses, hence normalization.
And staff isn't merely looking at the amount that customers will pay in rates as part of our analysis in a rate case, correct?
Correct.
So is staff also concerned with companies providing safe and adequate service to their customers?
Absolutely.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LeMay. You are dismissed from the witness stand, subject to recall. Let's talk about Ms. Stockman. I have her on my witness list, and I don't know if that's happening.
So that was who should not have been on the witness list in
Okay.
the first place. So at this time, if it works for you, would be when we would recall Amanda McMillan.
That is fine. I would now want to talk about staff exhibit number 104, which is the direct testimony of Lisa Stockman.
We do not intend to admit that that was just a list of all of our pre-filed testimony just in case.
Okay. Did she have any others? I don't see any. Okay.
Judge, I have 214 ready.
Excellent. Let's take care of that. And I have two other, go ahead and pass those out. Bring me a copy. This is Exhibit 214, left over from yesterday. This is DR 0007. The discussion yesterday was that the parties had received the penalty journal for all customer spreadsheet, I'm just reading the title, and requested a copy of the DR questions to put that into context. The entire DR takes up 70 pages, and the parties have consulted with each other and agreed to just filing the 2 pages, which is the cover page of data request 0007 and the aforementioned spreadsheet. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 214? Seeing none, it is so admitted. The commission also has 2 exhibits that it would like to request or get into the record. Copy of the Suez presentation on, I think it was on the AMI. This is from the financing case in 2021 that ends in -0427.
Judge, I have a copy of that presentation. It is up in my office, but I have plenty for everyone. So this
You're
is more so nobody else has to print it out.
Thank you. I am going to take notice and assign it an exhibit number. I've not done that before, so my expectation is that by my assigning it an exhibit number, that what will be filed in EFIS will be the normal exhibit number cover page and pulling a copy from EFIS of the Suez presentation, which is Exhibit A to the application in 0427. I'm seeing nods and no objections. So that'll take care of that one. I'll assign that one number 402. And then I need a copy of the USG contract with Raytown related to the purchase and installation of the AMI meters. Is that already attached to anybody's testimony? I missed it.
I don't think so, but
Okay. Let's call that 403. Mr. Cooper, would you kindly volunteer to take care of that?
certainly.
Thank you. And please review for any confidential matters. That's part of the reason I'm asking for your assistance with that. Also, I think that your company is going to be the best source. Okay, we're done with exhibits. Is staff done with their witness list? Oh, please go ahead.
Staff would recall Amanda McMillan to the stand.
Yes, please. And Ms. McMillan has already been sworn in. That's still applicable. Please go ahead and take a seat. And remind me what we are addressing.
We are addressing OPC's proposed 50-50 sharing.
Right.
So I'll just have a couple questions before I tender her for cross.
Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Ms. McMillan, have you reviewed the surrebuttal testimony of OPC witness Manzel Payne?
Yes, I have.
And so you know that included in that, OPC has suggested a 50-50 sharing mechanism for rate case expense, correct?
Correct.
And what is staff's position on that?
That the company should recover 100% of rate case expense.
Could you explain that to me?
Yes, typically with these small companies, it's usually 100% because it's minimal cost. And there would be, the sharing mechanism is more for higher costs for bigger utilities and sharing the cost between ratepayers and shareholders.
In your experience at the commission, whether a small utility company has or has not gone to hearing, can you recall any instances when staff, or I guess when the commission has ordered a sharing mechanism?
Yes. For a small.
For a small.
Small, yes. Give me just a second. On Indian Hills, which is WR 2017-0259, the staff recommended a 50-50,
And
which was ordered by the commission.
could you differentiate that from this situation?
They actually hired consultants for that case. It was more than just the customer notices and postage, which is normal, minimal rate case expense.
Okay. I would tender Ms. McMillan for cross.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
No questions.
Ms. Martin?
No questions.
Are there any commissioner questions for Ms. McMillan? The bench has no questions, so I'll ask again, are there any commissioner questions? *6 to unmute. Hearing none, we'll move on. Not move on, let me think. Yes, we will move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're dismissed from the witness stand. Public counsel, I believe it's time for you to present your witnesses.
The Office of the Public Counsel calls Dr. Jeff Mark to the stand.
Dr. Mark? Welcome. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the entire truth.
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Ms. Martin, your witness.
Thank you. Dr. Mark, can you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Jeff, and that's Golf, Echo, Oscar, Foxtrot, Foxtrot. Last name is Mark, M-A-R-K-E. The E is silent.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Missouri Office of Public Counsel as the chief economist.
Okay. Are you the same Jeff Mark that prepared the pre-filed testimony that has been pre-marked as exhibits 201 and 202? There's also a third piece of testimony, I believe your rebuttal testimony, that we will move to enter into the record as exhibit number 215.
Yes.
But, yeah, okay. Do you have any corrections to your testimony at that time?
Unfortunately, I have one correction. Surrebuttal testimony, page 21, line 23, I omitted a question. It's just as the answer. I would add the question, what is your response? That's my only correction.
Okay. And if I were to ask you the questions in your rebuttal surrebuttal and direct, as well as the one that you have added today, would you answer the same?
I would.
Okay. And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Your Honor, I offer exhibits 200 and 201. I did want to talk to you about how we should handle his rebuttal testimony that I think I forgot to add to our pre-filed exhibit list. Entering that as 215.
Let's put a pause in that,
Okay.
because that worries me quite a bit. Let's do 200 and 201. Are there any objections to the admission of 200 and 201? Hearing none, they are both so admitted. Okay, let's unpack this a little bit. 215 is already an exhibit. That is DR 0130.
Sorry. Then 216.
Okay,
Sorry. I think I wrote down 215 as our last.
that's fine. So 216 is going to be Dr. Mark's rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
Was this filed in EFIS?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was just an omission on the exhibits list, not on EFIS. There's actually
I'm following
surrebuttal
now.
to it. Yeah.
Okay. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 216, which will be Dr. Mark's rebuttal? Hearing none, it is so admitted.
Then I have no further questions, and I tender the witness for cross-examination.
And staff goes first on public counsel witnesses.
No questions.
Mr. Cooper,
No questions.
are there any commissioner questions for Dr. Mark? All right, and as practiced today, I'll be asking that again as I scroll through quickly. Thank you, sir. I
Good
appreciate
weekend.
your attendance. Call your next witness.
The Office of the Public Counsel gets stuck in her chair and calls the witness, John Robinette, to the stand.
Mr. Robinette, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth in this matter?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Robinette, can you please state and spell your name?
John A. Robinette, and Robinette is Robinett.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Office of Public Counsel as a utility engineering specialist.
Okay. And are you the same John A. Robinette that prepared the pre-filed testimony? I believe you filed direct and surrebuttal?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any corrections to your testimony at this time?
I have one correction to my direct testimony. It's on page 10, line 17. I omitted a percent sign from behind the 6.8.
Thank you. If I were to ask you the questions in your testimony today, would your answers be substantially the same?
They would.
Okay. And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibits numbered 201 and 202 and 203, pardon me, to the record, which is the testimony of John A. Robinette.
You've heard the motion. I'll combine the questions. Are there any objections to 202 and 203? Hearing none, they are both so admitted. Go ahead.
I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Haslam?
Good morning, Mr. Robinette.
Good morning.
I've just got a few questions for you. Do you have your direct testimony with you?
Yes.
Could you turn to page 8?
I'm there.
And then starting at line 17, you say, to be frank, I expect a direct correlation between water loss and maintenance expense. With a large amount of water loss, one expects a large value of maintenance expense tied to fixing the issues costing that water loss. Therefore, as an inverse, if there is next to zero water loss, one would expect very little O&M expense. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that generally at least some main breaks are a normal occurrence for a water utility?
Yes.
And would you say that repairs reduce water loss?
Yes, you're fixing the leaking problem.
Okay. So therefore, wouldn't it make sense that if a company is making all or almost all necessary repairs to their distribution system, that O&M costs would increase?
No, because you also have capitalization that's a factor, replacing of mains.
So O&M is not increasing if companies are repairing their broken mains?
Depends if it's a repair or replace. If it's a patch, it would be O&M expense. If it's a much larger section of pipe, it's probably going to be capitalized.
So in some cases, it would increase O&M expense.
If it is a small repair like a patch, it would be increasing O&M, yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Cooper,
No questions.
are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Robinette? The bench does not have any questions, so I'll ask one more time. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Robinette? No, and then we will go back to recross. We will go back to redirect. Thank you. Ms. Martin.
Good morning, John. How are you?
I'm okay, I think.
It's pretty fair. So we heard a conversation about how the O&M expense possibly would go up if they were fixing breaks. What does the water loss indicate regarding how many breaks there were in the lines? In the mains, pardon me.
Are you talking about the current case?
Yes, in this current case.
So that's a hard question to answer because, as all parties admit, there are some flaws in the data. What the data shows is that there has been like a sharp decline in the O&M, but we know, not in the O&M, I'm sorry, the water loss. But we know that there are 14 months since the 2020 case where the utility has purchased more water or has sold more water than they have purchased. In the net total of that, they have purchased more water year for year than what they have sold. So there's no negative there, like that they're not selling more than what they've purchased in the totality.
Okay. And what was the number that was recorded from the company for water loss in this case? Not the number that they used, but the number that was provided to, or
So
the percentage.
So I utilize staff's work papers. Staff's work papers in this case showed for 2022 a 0.6% water loss.
Okay. And so what is the water loss number that they used?
Staff utilized the water loss calculation from the 2020 rate case, which equated to a 12.04% water loss.
Okay. And yesterday, were you around for, I believe, Daron Williams' testimony?
I was upstairs in my office,
Or
yes.
did you hear, or?
I was watching the hearing.
Okay, and did you hear that the cross-examination question by Ms. Aslin asking if the numbers from the 2020 case were reliable numbers and accurate?
I know there was discussion about the 2022 usage by staff.
Okay, so in the 2020 case, those are the numbers. The staff believes that they are reliable and accurate. Do you have any issues with the numbers in that 2020 case at this time?
Judge, I'm going to insert an objection. I think redirect is limited to cross-examination that the witness received. And it feels like we're getting beyond that, tracking the history of these water usage loss numbers.
That's fine. I was trying to, I will move on. So the numbers that are utilized to support the O&M expense for this case are seems to believe is fine because O&M expense would go up because if the water was fixed. Is that your belief?
Could you restate that question?
Staff said the O&M expense would go up if the pipes were being fixed. That's what Ms. Aslan said in her question to you, correct?
I think Ms. Aslan asked if repairs, fixing leaks would increase O&M.
Okay. And you, give me a moment. So do you believe that, do you believe it makes sense for there to be no water loss with a super high O&M expense?
No, but as we discussed, we think there's errors in the data.
And why do you believe that is?
We have the company stating that they have sold more water for 14 months than what the meters from KCI City of Kansas City reported.
Okay. Do you have any idea of what the difference is between the reality of how much water was sold and what was reported by the City of Kansas City?
I mean, those are in staff's work papers that I put in my testimony.
Well, the reality of the actual amount of water that, not the amount of water that was sold, but the amount of water that went into Raytown from the City of Kansas City, that went through those meters.
Objection. I think we've once again moved far past main breaks and O&M expense.
I disagree. I do believe that if we are talking about water loss and O&M expense and main breaks, I mean, when you have a main break or you have a main leak or you have seepage, then we are saying that that is O&M expense. So if we are getting water loss, then that water loss is directly related to the O&M expense related to main breaks. I think I might have said that in a very long way, sorry.
Yes, and I disagree with your statement, because there's been testimony that the water loss may or may not be actual, and that because of the meters, both the master meters and, I don't know if there's testimony on customer meters, but because those were replaced, my understanding was that was or at least part of the water loss issue. So I'm taking issue with your statement that operation and expense maintenance equals zero.
No, I don't believe it equals zero. I just don't believe that it should be twice as high as it was in the 2020 rate case.
Okay.
But
Could you ask him why he thinks this is twice as high?
yeah.
Okay.
So, Mr. Robinette, why do you believe that the O&M expense increased by such a high margin?
There's probably several factors that could be in effect. So I started out the investigation with staff's DR 22 that asked for a ratio of capital to expense on these systems. And I saw something in that response that caused me concern. So I sent an additional data request to the company, basically confirming, are the values accurate in this DR response? The company then corrected That data response in response to my DR 8517 stating that there was an error on the 2021 rates and that there was a corrected value. The company has stated that there have been increase in leaks. That's one thing that can drive up the O&M expense. There is the overarching value of inflation. However, there is no evidence to support for general materials that has been presented that they went up, other than hydrants that the company talked about, which do not relate to the O&M or capitalization for distribution mains. They have their own account.
Okay. And how do you believe they staff came up with that O&M number that they provided in the Day 150 in the stipulation?
I'm assuming they took the number given to them by the company. However, the number that was on column Q yesterday that column K that Ms. McMillan talked about from Mr. Foster's direct testimony in the attached accounting schedules is much higher than what was reported in staff's position statement.
Okay.
That ties to the $494,000 number that I talked about in my testimony. I believe their position statement says 411. And I think the statements yesterday was that column K is what was in rates.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, and yeah, Mr. Robinette, you are excused from the witness stand, subject to recall as we are doing. Ms. Martin, go ahead and call your next witness.
The Office of the Public Counsel calls David Murray to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Your witness.
Good morning, Dave. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing better than I deserve.
Can you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
My name is David Murray, last name spelled M-U-R-R-A-Y.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed? In what capacity?
The Missouri Office of the Public Counsel as a utility regulatory manager.
Are you the same David Murray that prepared the pre-filed testimony the pre-filed testimony marked as exhibit, I believe, 204? 204? Okay.
Yes,
Okay. Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
Okay. If I were to ask you the questions in your testimony today, would your answers be substantially the same?
Yes,
Okay. And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibit number 204 in for the record.
You've heard the motion by counsel. Are there any objections to Exhibit 204? Hearing none, it is so admitted. Go ahead.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Aslan?
Good morning, Mr. Murray.
Good morning.
Do you have your rebuttal testimony with you?
I do.
Could you turn to page 5?
Yes, I am there.
Could you, starting at line 5, read line 5 through 12, please?
Yes. Using staff in Raytown stipulated revenue requirement increase of $1,174,782 and staff's rate making income statement attached to the non-unanimous agreement regarding disposition of small utility company revenue
increase request filed on September 13, 2023, comma, Raytown's funds from operations to debt is expected to be 21.67%. See Schedule DMR3, period. This FFO to debt ratio is at the high end, that is, less financial risk, of the FFO to debt ratio benchmark for a quote-unquote significant financial risk profile, comma, which is one category higher than the financial risk profile of Mr. Jennings assigned to Raytown, period. Combining a financial risk profile of significant with a strong business risk profile results in an implied credit rating of BBB, period.
And then turning to page 6.
Ms. Haslam, I don't really encourage reading.
Sorry. I wasn't going to read anything
Okay.
here. If you just look at lines 1 through 3, you indicated that using an ROE of 9.12% instead of staff's proposed 10.37%, and all other things being equal, it would reduce Raytown's annual revenues by approximately $70,400. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And even with this reduction in revenue, you concluded that Raytown Water would still have a financial risk profile of significant and a BBB rating?
Well, it's
a yes or no question, Mr. Murray.
but that's what I state, correct.
Did you have an opportunity to hear Ms. Anna Martin's opening statement yesterday?
Yes,
And do you remember, in that opening statement, Ms. Martin requested that instead of the $1,174,782 revenue requirement increase outlined in the non-unanimous agreement, that Raytown only be granted a revenue requirement increase of $699,344, and that is a difference of $475,000 and $438.
that's correct.
Mr. Murray, have you conducted any calculations using OPC's proposed revenue requirement increase instead of the non-unanimous agreement amount to determine its effect on Raytown's pro forma credit metrics and resulting effect on its implied credit rating?
I did so in response to Mr. Clevenger's testimony when he was indicating concerns about whether or not Raytown could meet its debt service coverage ratio covenant in its EIERA loan.
Did you provide that to any other party?
It was after Sir rebuttal, so I mean, it was after his Sir rebuttal testimony was filed. So what I determined is, and you can do some algebra, is you could, reduce the revenue requirement by 50% and still, or maybe even a little over 50% if you put the preferred stock dividends in there as Mr. Clevenger did, and you would still meet that debt service covenant. Now, I'm not in any way.
I think you've answered my question. Thank you, Mr. Murray.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions.
Mr. Cooper?
No questions.
That'll take us to commissioner questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Murray? All right, hearing none, the bench does have a couple. Let's talk about transformational events. Can you explain what a transformational event is?
I think we just went through the Confluence utility operating company rate case where there's significant amounts of investment in plant, which increases rate base considerably. And obviously, in such a situation where you have significant investment, you have to raise capital to do so, and significant amounts of capital. That's exactly what Raytown has done here recently, not just for the AMI, but also for working on a lot of its infrastructure because of those leak issues. And so, after raising that capital, then you come in for a rate case, and so your anticipated revenues are going to be higher than the past, which is no longer relevant to what the pro forma forward-looking expectation is. Just like somebody that's getting ready to start a new job and will receive let's say a six-figure salary, which would be wonderful.
Can you tell me what a transformational event is, please?
Yes, a significant amount of investment, which requires the company to come in for a rate case, which is what Raytown has done.
Okay. What is your response to Mr. Robinette's, Mr. Jennings' disagreement about using this rate case as a transformational event in order to then calculate what the future credit rating or risk would be?
I'll just indicate that that's what accredited investors do all the time. Rating agencies, which are trying to provide debt investors information about the financial soundness of an entity, are consistently having to make assumptions. Obviously, there may be differing outcomes, within plus or minus, say, 20, 30%. But if it's, they are building in expectations of rate increases because the investors understand that's how the model works.
Has the commission ever approved a return on equity based on projected or pro forma credit metrics?
Yes, I mean, I said, I think that's what the way all of our utilities are rated is based on. I mean, actually, that receives most of the weight by the rating agencies. So if Ameren, Missouri has a BBB plus credit rating, that's based on expectations of rate relief, every 2 years, which is basically the routine that quite a few of our companies follow.
Would you give me your critique of why Mr. Jennings should have included a potential outcome of this rate case in his credit metrics for the future? I think that's the whole question.
Because that's what investors do. I mean, that's what debt investors will do, and so it's the environment, or excuse me, the Energy Improvement Energy Resource Authority builds that into their covenants in their loan that they anticipate that if revenues fall below a certain amount, they're going to file a rate case to bring their revenues above at least the minimum debt service covenant, and so that's exactly what investors are factoring in when they evaluate providing capital to the company.
Did staff do it wrong?
I won't say that they did it wrong because they analyzed part of the equation. They didn't analyze the other part of the equation, which is trying to understand what a reasonable expectation might be. Which obviously that's why we're in here for hearings all the time. Is what do we think is reasonable?
Okay, I don't have any other questions. I'll ask once again, are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Murray? *6 to unmute. And again, it's already on the transcript, but just for all of our listeners, we do have all 5 of our commissioners in attendance. So let's go back to recross.
No questions.
No questions.
Redirect.
I keep turning it off now.
Same.
Staff asked you a question about the OPC's proposed revenue increase and its impact on your rebuttal testimony and the company's financial risk. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please explain why you don't share the concerns that have been raised in this case regarding any financial harm that this company could face with the OPC's recommendations?
Well, I'll just bring up, I think there was some misunderstanding as far as whether or not, what OPC's position actually was. Was it recommending not allowing recovery, a return on and of AMI investment, and the recommendation was just not allowing a return on AMI investment. And so, 200, I believe it's about $200,000 or somewhere in that ballpark. With OPC's position of trying to accelerate and put in all the AMI investment into plant, but not allow a return on it. Actually, OPC's recommendation would result in a slight increase as far as AMI investment. So, but and like I said, when I look at the scenarios, I looked at my rebuttal testimony, which is a 70,000 reduction for my issue where I recommend a lower ROE. I looked at that specific scenario. That's in my testimony. The other things I did was in response to Mr. Clevenger's rebuttal, which I said.
Your Honor, I guess I'm going to object to going any further with this because I think that Mr. Murray is referring to testimony that has been stricken.
I do believe that you stopped there, right? With the EIERA concerns?
I'm sorry?
You were finished with your answer, is that correct, at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
In that case, I guess I would ask that the portion of his testimony that follows, or the reference to Mr. Clevenger's SIR rebuttal be stricken as well.
I don't think he said anything after he began and then the objection occurred, so I don't believe he actually responded to the SIR rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Murray was responding to a question by staff counsel.
And he was responding to a question by staff counsel, where she stopped him from completing his answer, so we were trying to give him the opportunity to complete that answer.
OPC was the one who asked for Mr. Clevenger's testimony to be stricken, or part of it. And that reference,
Issues with the EIERA, I believe. I might have missed the portion where he's talking about the problems with the EIERA. If there was any portion of EIERA conversation in that, then I would would allow the objection. I have no issue with that objection.
answer is stricken. Thank you.
Okay. So, to be clear, staff asked you if you reviewed the effect of the OPC's stance, the $699,000 on the company's financial risk. And you did review that?
No, like I said, I just looked at, the debt service coverage ratio covenant for EIERA and looked at how much of a reduction in the revenue requirement, could occur and still comply with that
Okay.
covenant.
And what was that analysis? What was it?
Same objection that we're going off into the portion of the testimony that's been stricken.
This is not a response to the stricken testimony. This is a response to staff asking that the 699, if he had considered it, and we are again asking him if he had considered that and if it did have any risk in the EIERA. That's not necessarily a response to that SIR rebuttal testimony.
The problem I have is it does seem like OPC might be wanting it both ways. You wanted some EIRA, I'm misstating that.
That's fine. We are merely just trying to get him to respond to staff's question about how he, whether and how he assessed the financial risk profile connected to OPC's suggestion of the about $699,000 that I presented in my opening statement. That was the intent of the OPC, so.
But just to follow up on that, none of that, as I understand it, as to the EIERA, is related to really what Ms. Aslan asked about, which is how he utilized that information in terms of his calculation of the proposed return on equity. Just because he jumped over to EIERA in part of his answer, I don't think suddenly makes it relevant.
Ms. Martin?
I'm not specifically asking about the EIERA. I was just trying to ask about the risk profile and the relationship with that $699,000 number that we suggested.
Mr. Murray, can you give your answer without referencing the EIERA? I don't want your answer, I just want, if you can.
I will also say that he does discuss the EIERA in his rebuttal testimony, so.
But we're on redirect, so I think that's not good enough to get it into redirect.
Well, it was relevant to his financial risk analysis in this case. It's one of the things that he does discuss in his rebuttal testimony, so for him to be able to fully answer my question, which was to finish basically the answer to Ms. Aslan's question, he may need to discuss the EIERA. We're not discussing whether or not it was a problem for the company. I'm just having it related to the risk analysis.
Overruled. I'm going to go down this road for a very short time. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, can you finish your thought and/or if you need me to repeat the question, let me know.
I mean, as far as my rebuttal testimony, that's the only amount that I specifically considered was the disallowance, or I say disallowance, what I consider to be a more fair and reasonable ROE, which was the impact on the revenue requirement of $70,000. There's nothing in my testimony that specifically discusses OPC's overall position without talking about the loan that they actually have and and the covenant. I mean, that's, because that's just a matter of some algebra. I mean, you could still meet your covenant with the 1.25 times 358,000 debt service, which is 447,500. That's about the amount of what I can provide.
Okay, thank you so much. And we are finished questioning this witness.
Mr. Murray, you are excused from the
Thank you.
stand, subject to recall as we do. It is 12:01. I'm seeing Mr. Riley next on my list. I'm going to have a few questions, I would imagine. There's going to be some more. Let's go ahead and take lunch. However, we're on a really good roll. Let's just do an hour. Let's come back at 1. 1 o'clock, lunch. We're off the record and at recess. Did I miss something? Okay, good. Thank you all. See you back at 1 o'clock.
There's the Italian
Let's go back on the record, the time of lunch having expired. The Office of the Public Counsel is presenting its witnesses. We are currently on Witness Riley. Thank you, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the entire truth?
So help me God.
Thank you. And have a seat. A reminder to everyone, our court reporter is on the WebEx, so we do want to speak closely to the microphone, slowly and clearly. Ms. Martin, your witness.
Thank you so much, Judge Hatcher. Can you please state and spell your name?
John Riley, R-I-L-E-Y.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Missouri Office of Public Counsel as a utility regulatory supervisor.
Wonderful. And are you the same John Riley that prepared the pre-filed testimony exhibits number 205 and 206?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
Yes, ma'am, I have one. My SIR rebuttal, page 9, line 20, I had $12,115 reduction in revenue requirement. I needed to change the $12,000 to $9,888.
Thank you. And we can do an errata sheet if you need.
Yes, I'm going to make that even for all parties, so now all of you have an errata sheet. Only because that is a number that might show up in a footnote somewhere, so we do want to make sure that everybody knows. So yes, I apologize for making a little bit extra work, but yes, please.
Okay. And when you say the errata sheet for everyone, do you want me to okay.
He has an errata sheet, the company does for, I forget which witness, staff counsel has an errata sheet for one or two, Ms. Clark, and so I'm just pointing out that you now all have one.
So what you're saying is you just wanted some more reading for Thanksgiving?
I want the record to be clear.
Right.
So we don't have to go back to the transcript to make sure we got the right number.
Fair
Because that's a $3,000 difference.
Right.
And with the smaller companies, I think that is going to
Yeah.
add up over
I
time.
agree with
Anyway, yes, errata sheet just for the number. Yes, sir.
I just have one, I don't know, observation, see if this would clear something up. I thought Mr. Riley said page 9, line 20. I think it's in the version that I have from EFIS, it's on a slightly different line.
16?
16.
Oh. Well, I guess the answer is adjusted to rate base as a reduction of $145,388. This amount equates to about $12,115 reduction. I used the wrong rate of return, and instead of $12,115, it's $9,000.
It was just the line number, the location.
Mine's 20.
Mr. Riley, did you print yours out from your office? Because it is in EFIS as line 16. Line 16 begins $12,115.
Okay.
So
Line 16.
I'm not worried about the details right now. Be aware of that, please. We'll be looking at the errata sheet.
And you want line 16, correct?
There should be only one version of
Right.
Mr. Riley's SIR rebuttal testimony.
Okay. Oh,
I-
you're saying when I'm, sorry.
I am considering that whatever he has in his hand is some exception to the rule that he printed it off or printed off before it got transferred into a PDF file to be loaded into EFIS. So I'm not concerned about Mr. Riley's paperwork. I want the public counsel to know and note that, as I'm writing this, there was some talk about what line number,
Right.
because, so, yeah, you'll get it. It'll be line 16.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. You've heard the motion from council, Exhibit 205 and 206. Are there any objections? Seeing none, they are both admitted. And I don't recall if Ms. Martin tendered the witness.
I now tender the witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Aslan?
Good afternoon, Mr. Riley. Could you turn to page 5 of your sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And in response, starting at line 19, in response to the question, who do you believe should be responsible for CWC or cash working capital calculations? You state, I believe the commission rules and regulations places the responsibility on the staff that is assisting the small utility with the rate case. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe staff fulfilled its obligation to assist Raytown Water Company in this rate case?
Say that again, please.
Do you believe that staff fulfilled its obligation to assist Raytown Water Company in this rate case?
No, I don't.
Have you reviewed the rebuttal testimony of Ms. Angela Niemeyer?
Sir rebuttal?
Rebuttal.
Rebuttal. Yes.
Okay. And could you tell me, Mr. Riley, how long have you been employed by the state of Missouri?
Excuse me, say I've got
I'm sorry. How long have you been employed by the state of Missouri?
one more time.
How long have you been employed by the state of Missouri?
State of Missouri, approximately 33 years.
And in that time, have you received cost of living adjustments to your wages?
Yes, ma'am.
And having reviewed Ms. Angela Niemeyer's rebuttal testimony, are you aware that after starting with the approved wage rates in the last rate case, staff then made cost of living adjustments?
I'm aware that they applied cost of living adjustments to wages, yes.
Do you believe that Raytown employees, specifically Ms. Thompson, is entitled to a cost of living adjustment to her wages?
I'm,
It's a yes or no?
yes.
Moving on, do you have Schedule JSR/S/02, which is attached to your sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And we're going to be talking about column D, expense lag. And starting with the very first line, base payroll, do you see where for base payroll expense lag, you have 14.91? Is that correct?
Which line?
Base payroll, column D, expense lag.
Column G. Okay, yes.
And do you think that that is an appropriate number for Raytown?
I tried to put the.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And do you know the base payroll expense lag for Missouri American Water Company?
Do I have the Missouri American?
Well, do you know what it is?
Yeah.
What is it?
No, I'm sorry.
You don't? Okay. Do you know what it is for Confluence?
Not offhand.
Okay.
No. Okay.
We need you on the microphone, thank you.
Do you know how often Raytown Water Company pays its employees?
I would guess monthly.
All right, moving on, further down, we're still talking about column D expense lag, but do you see the cash vouchers line?
Okay, yes.
And do you see, you have that the cash vouchers expense lag is 46.89? Do you see that?
I'm sorry, which line?
I'm sorry, cash vouchers, expense
Yes,
lag.
cash vouchers, yes.
And that's 46.89, correct?
4689, yes, ma'am.
Where did that number come from?
Not entirely sure at this time. I thought I had that in
Okay.
my notes, but I can't find it.
Okay, could you turn to page 8 of your sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And starting at about line 11, you discuss how you heavily relied on Ms. Jane Doherty's cash working capital work paper from the most recent Confluence Rivers rate case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have copies? Could we actually take a very short recess? I'm sorry.
Do you have other questions while,
No, this will be my last. I have one more question.
where are we at? Go ahead and get your copy.
I don't think we would need more than 5 minutes, tops.
I'm thinking about letting Mr. Cooper go if he has questions, then coming back to you. Mr. Cooper, what do you think?
I do not have questions at this point, so we're going to be moving to the commission pretty quickly in the bench.
Yeah. Yes, let's take a 5-minute break. Try not to go too far from the room. We'll be off the record now. 5 minutes is 1:18, so let's call it 1:20. back on the record. We have some paperwork delivered. We were talking off the record about some exhibits. The judge was confused about some numbers. I'll just restate those for everyone's education. The commission in total has requested 4 amendments be offered. 400 was requested yesterday. And those are the work papers on the truck. And then 401 was the known and measurable rate case expenses, the latest date, and to include the amount in Mr. Cooper's system that hasn't made it all the way to a final bill. 402 was the judge took judicial notice of the Suez presentation from a prior case that I can't recall the number, and will enter that in as a physical exhibit, taking that from EFIS. And Exhibit 403, I had requested of Mr. Cooper the USG contract for the AMI. Okay, we are back to Mr. Riley and finishing up questions from Ms. Aslan. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Riley, staff has handed you what we're going to mark as Staff Exhibit 118. It is confidential. I'm going to be very careful. We're not going to talk about any numbers or anything that I believe is actually confidential. I'm just going to direct Mr. Riley to some things. So we've got, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am. I have my own copy.
Okay, so then you are aware that this is Jane Doherty's work papers from the Confluence Rivers Utility Operating Company, case number WR 2023-0006.
Yes, ma'am.
If I could direct you, we've got the cover sheet and then expense lag for cash vouchers by system. If you look on that sheet, the first system for water, does that match the number that you have in your, that you have for cash vouchers expense lag for Raytown Water?
Those two numbers match.
Is that where you got the number for Raytown Water?
To be honest, I looked through several of her work papers, and I don't recall using this one. But I unfortunately did not follow up with the backup documentation for cash vouchers.
So without being able to direct me to where your number for cash vouchers expense lag came from, do you still believe that 46.89 is appropriate for Raytown Water Company?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions. Actually, can I also move for the admission of Exhibit 118?
Exhibit 118 consisting of 2 pages. A public version and a confidential version. The judge will prepare the public version as it will be blank, but the commission prefers to have a blank public version to show consumers. So you've heard the motion from staff counsel. Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 118? Hearing none, so admitted. And Mr. Cooper.
Just for the purposes of the record, I was going to say, I do not have any questions.
Thank you. Company has no questions. That takes us to commissioner questions. I'll ask if there are any commissioner questions for Mr. Riley. I'll come back and ask that. I do have a few bench questions. Have you filed cash working capital testimony in prior commission rate cases?
Yes, sir.
Do you know approximately how many times?
Probably 2 or 3.
And your SIR rebuttal referred to the Empire rate case. I'm going to give you the rate case number, ER-2014-0351. Can you explain what you meant when you stated that staff and Empire agreed to use information concerning CWC calculations that were developed in the 2012 case?
Well, in staff's, in the 2014 case, staff did what they used to do with every case is they filed a staff report. That's their original, initial kind of an explanation of each subject in the rate case. And under cash working capital, in their staff report that I refer to in the footnote on page 51, it goes on to read, however, staff did not review the revenue lags and expense lags for fuel purchase power in this case to determine whether those values should change from the lags agreed to in case number ER 2012-0345. For all other lags contained in the CWC accounting schedule, staff utilized CWC lags that were agreed to by Empire and staff in Empire's last rate case, and I believe that would be 2012.
What is your understanding of when staff performs a lead lag study?
Well, I of course noticed that they have not done them in small water cases, but they'll do they will either do their own lead lag study, but usually what it will be is an adoption of the companies. But usually I notice that with larger companies, say like Ameren or Evergy or somebody, hire somebody to do a lead lag study, and of course they spend a great deal of time putting them together, and staff, not always, but staff will adopt that lead lag study and then interject their own expense totals.
I'm going to have questions about the Empire report, Ms. Martin. I understand that you are going to want to offer that as an exhibit.
The OPC has the cash working capital portion of that report if that we were going to enter as the exhibit, if you would like to see it now, or if you would like me to wait.
Would you go ahead and please pass that out? Because the bench is going to have some questions on that. And then I'd also like to prepare counsel for the coming question of offering or admitting this as an exhibit, and whether we want the entire report or just the cash working capital portion. So those are just things to keep in mind. I'm going to turn to page 53. It listed that a number of lags it determined were unlikely to have significantly changed. Would you explain why some lags, and that's, if I understand correctly, the lag is the payment of bills? Okay. Why they wouldn't change much over time?
Why they would not change?
Yes.
Well, normally, one of the payment of bills normally doesn't normally change, especially with, large water companies. They've, worked out payment schedules for most, chemicals and there's discounts and that sort of thing that they're a kind of a constant. So, like payroll, you get paid every 15 days, and that's constant. And so, as you'll notice on most cash working capitals, that the revenue lag, which is the collection portion of it, is usually constant. And that's why I just went ahead myself and used 43, because I found 43 in several different cash working capital schedules. So actually the expenses are rather constant also, for the most part, I mean, give or take.
That, it just triggered something. You were talking about the 43. Is that based off of the tax payments? Never mind, strike that. Let's get back to our other questions. Talking about the 43 days, can you cite some specific documents that support your statement of referring to finding 43 days kind of as a repetitive number?
Well, what I end up citing is actually would be Jane Doherty's her reference to 43.61, and I had looked over some cash working capitals from earlier cases, Raytown Water, and they didn't complete the cash working capital. I mean, you're familiar with the schedule. The schedule was in place. However, the only thing that was on the schedule itself, there wasn't any totals, but 43 was the revenue lag. And so I went ahead and adopted that one. Now, to actually say, did I find some calculations of how the billing, and I don't have any of those available. I just found where everybody else was using. As I said, Jane Doherty was 43.61, and the one I found on the past Raytown one was 43. So I'm not gonna. That's close. To be honest, it's close enough for me.
Did you look at documentation for specific expense lags in specific categories?
I could say I did. However, I did not rely on them as much as I relied on Doherty's. I looked over, as I said, I looked over Confluence, I looked over Missouri American, and I looked over their schedules, the staff schedules, but really I relied more on Doherty than anything else.
Thank you. I'll ask once again, are there any commissioner questions? That's the end of the bench questions. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Riley? Hearing none, we'll go back to cross-examination. Ms. Aslin?
No questions.
Mr. Cooper?
No questions.
Redirect. Oh, sorry. I really apologize. Let me take care of the Exhibit 118. I have not asked for that yet. Are there any objections? And does anybody want to discuss this? Are there any objections to the admission of Exhibit 118, these 2 pages? Hearing none, so admitted. Sorry, Ms. Martin, your floor.
Thank you. How are you today, Mr. Riley?
Oh, we're good.
I'm trying to get better about saying last names rather than first names, so. Okay, so in response to Ms. Aslin's question about whether the whether you believe the staff fulfilled its obligations in regards to this rate case, you said no. Can you explain why you do not believe that staff fulfilled its obligations to Raytown in this rate case?
Well, I believe staff should have done a cash working capital. I don't think it's Niemeyer's testimony said, they only have 150 days. I don't find any reason why they can't come up with, staff does all the work for small water companies. So they put together all the expenses, all the revenues. They know what the billing is. I mean, I used 43. I'm not going to argue if they say it's 43.5. They can come up with the numbers to be fairly close for a cash working capital. And, you know, if they want to argue that some of my numbers are off, I mean, they had every opportunity to point it out to me in a technical conference, or, you know, they aren't written in stone for me, but they wouldn't do it. And I think the rules and regs say they need to do it, and they may not be able to do it for every mom and pop, you know, trailer park or an apartment that suddenly has got to fall under the commission's rules. But in this particular instance, this is a large enough water company, and like I said, they put all the numbers together. They can come up with a cash working capital argument for this, and you know, it can be juggled around like any other you know, issue, and then come up with some sort of agreement or take it to hearing. But to say that they do not do it, that lets company down. Company doesn't have to do this. I'm showing you know, where in fact, the staff report that this cash working capital, it goes right at the top of the page, says that Empire did not perform a lead lag study specific to cost. Empire is what, the 7th largest utility in the state of Missouri? They didn't do a lead lag study, but staff did. So they let them down.
Okay. And do you have any other reasons that you believe that the staff did not fulfill its obligation to the company or to the company's customers in this case, not related to cash working capital?
Well, I've argued about pay and how they look at meter readers and that sort of thing. But there's you know, overall, I'm disappointed with how little questioning they did on some expenses. So I feel that overall this is not that good of an audit.
Okay. And do you believe that the staff relied too much on company numbers and assertions?
Well, when I read some of their testimony that you know, they don't do a cash working capital, they expected the company to do it. You know, they put in half the AMI meters, but they went ahead and let 3 meter readers stay in the revenue requirement. I you know, it just seems like they're just punching the ticket.
And did you do any review of the auditing report?
I've read over the auditing report and the reports that they included on EFIS as far as you know, with their agreement with the company.
Okay. And I know the auditing portion of staff also provided numbers for things like O&M and things like that. Do you believe that they fulfilled their obligation in that sense, or do you think that they also took the company's numbers and ran with it?
Well, as for specific numbers that you'd have to refer to the other witnesses, but as a whole, I thought they didn't do due diligence in a lot of, they didn't question a lot of numbers that came out. I mean, you know, I've argued about overtime. We have Mr. Payne's arguing about overtime. You know, the O&M is being argued by Mr. Robinette, and you know, I'm disappointed they didn't do a cash working capital. I'm really disappointed they didn't come back after I pointed out they should have done the cash working capital and work with me, but they've refused to do that. So, yeah, I'm disappointed all the way around.
Okay. Thank you. And we are complete. We are finished.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, you're excused from the witness stand, subject to recall. Ms. Martin, have we marked the staff report portion yet?
You need to enter that.
No, I didn't know if you wanted me to enter it under OPC or under yours. So if you would like, because you had asked for it, but I will do it. I will take care to enter this in now. Do you need me to set a foundation for the document?
Nope.
Okay. So OPC moves to enter staff report, or the portion of staff report for ER 2014-0351 onto the record as exhibit number 2016.
17?
17. I'm so
100.
sorry. 1700.
Sorry, the exhibit number is 217.
Oh, yes.
216 was Dr. Mark's rebuttal.
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 217 is a portion of a staff report. In our normal course of business, the commission tends to frown on portions of things, and we also want to make sure that we aren't unnecessarily photocopying. Are there any objections to this portion? Thank you. No objections being heard. Exhibit 217 is admitted onto the record. Mr. Payne, thank you, sir, for coming down. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to offer will be the entire truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Ms. Martin, your witness.
Welcome, Mr. Payne. I will give you a moment. Do you need to adjust your seat?
It's fine.
Okay. Can you please state and spell your first and last name?
Manzell Payne, Manzell Payne.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Office of Public Counsel as a utility regulatory auditor.
And are you the same Manzell Payne that prepared the pre-filed testimony that has been pre-marked as exhibits number 207 and 208?
I am.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony today?
No.
If I were to ask you the questions in your testimony today, would your answers be the same? Or
Yes.
substantial? Okay. And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibits numbered 207 and 208 onto the record.
You've heard the motion. I'm not going to repeat the question. Are there any objections? Hearing none, 207 and 208 are admitted onto the hearing record. Did you tender the witness?
That's what I was about to say.
Go ahead.
I tender the witness now for cross-examination.
Excellent. Thank you. Ms. Haslund.
Good afternoon, Mr. Payne.
Good afternoon.
Could you please turn to page 2 of your sir rebuttal testimony?
Yep, I'm already there.
All right, so starting at line 8, you asked the question, has staff or the company specifically detailed the amount they are proposing to be added to rate case expense for the company attorney? And you respond no. Is that correct?
Actually, I was in my rebuttal testimony. Sorry. Can you state that again?
If you start at line 8, in response to the question, has staff or the company specifically detailed the amount they are proposing to be added to rate case expense for the company attorney, you respond no. Is that correct?
Yes.
So would it be possible for staff to know how much rate case expense Raytown has accrued to this point in the rate case?
Yes, if,
Thank you, you've answered my question. Do you know when Raytown will no longer be incurring legal expenses in this case?
I'm guessing after the reply briefs that Mr. Cooper has said earlier.
And then could you turn to page 3, also in your sir rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
You discussed the proposal of a 50-50 sharing mechanism for rate case expense, starting at line 15, and you specifically reference a few different companies, including Empire Gas, Missouri American, and Spire. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you aware that those companies are not eligible to file under the staff-assisted small utility rate case procedures?
I am aware, but there are
Okay,
others.
thank you. And would you agree with me that legal expenses are unavoidable for these large companies when they file a rate case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Your Honor. On page 7 of your surrebuttal, you list several employees of Raytown Water, correct?
Are you saying at line 16 or where exactly?
Well, I'm looking at the chart that's
Okay.
between line 6 and 7, I guess really qualifies as line 7.
Yes, yes.
And you have identified an office manager, accounting clerk, and customer service person, correct? There's one more, but those are 3 of the titles, correct?
In row 7 or column 7?
No,
Is that-
and it's line 7, I believe, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yes, 7, column 7.
Yes, that is how I listed them, going off of the DR request 0019 from the company in response. That's how they do their salary ranges and job descriptions.
And you don't think that their job titles are, I guess, column 2, what you've listed in column 2?
I did a comparison off of what they compared their, what they say that their salary ranges and what they're justifying those are. I did a comparison off of how they have they listed in their response in their DR and how they also have their titles.
And this may be a bit of a strange question, but as you were doing your work for this part of your testimony, did you consider whether office manager, accounting clerk, customer service person would have the authority to hire and fire people in the company?
It depends on the company you're speaking about. Yes, you can say different senior management can hire and fire people. It's just the practice of that company. In this case, this company uses just their vice president as the hiring and firing person. I think the president will also, who's marked down as a general manager, could also probably hire and fire people as well.
But none of the other folks that you've listed, correct?
Not to my knowledge, have they hired or fired anyone?
You don't know whether they have the authority or don't have the authority, right?
No.
Okay. And talking about the same 3 people, or the same 3 positions, did you consider, before filing your testimony, whether any of those positions would be able to exercise discretion and independent judgment with respect to matters of significance?
Which positions are you actually talking about?
The same, I guess what you've listed as office manager, accounting clerk, customer service person.
Okay, so can you repeat that question for me?
Before you filed your surrebuttal testimony, did you consider whether any of those folks would be able to exercise their own discretion and independent judgment with respect to matters of significance?
I think that, yes, they would have that, they should have that opportunity, that independence to do that, but if they are not, and it is taken to higher management, that's also a commonly practiced thing in businesses.
So as to this company, you really don't know, right?
I do not know.
Okay. Is it your belief that if the company changes its approach for all of these employees to a salary and not paying overtime, that ends the question in regard to payment of overtime for those employees?
I am not, if you look past on page 8, I am not necessarily recommending the commission order this company not to pay their workers overtime. I am mainly looking at the fact that revenue requirement should only have what staff has agreed that the base salary should be. and that is without overtime and for these certain positions. So if the company decides to pay overtime or benefit after the fact that is not in rates, that is at their discretion. Yeah.
What if it's not at their discretion? What if there's a federal statute that would require them to pay overtime? Are you aware of any such statute, I guess is my first question.
I can't remember, I cannot recall the actual name of statutes, but if you're paying an hourly versus salary, then hourly workers are paid overtime, yes.
But are there circumstances where even though you're paying a salary, that the federal law would require you to still pay overtime in certain situations?
I'm not able to recall that at this moment in time. I do know that if you generally are getting paid a salary, you are going to possibly work more hours than 40-hour week, and that's just the way it goes. There are incentives to being getting a salary wage instead of an hourly wage, and that comes with being paid more than those under you that are getting paid the hourly wage, but they have the incentive to get time and a half for the extra hours worked. There's an offset to both sides.
But again, you're not aware of any federal statute that would require the payment of overtime for employees, right?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. That'll take us to commissioner questions. I'll pause for a minute for any commissioner questions. Again, that's *6 if you're on the phone. And the bench does have a couple questions, and as I have been doing, we'll ask again for commissioner questions. I want to talk about rate case expenses.
Okay.
I'm going to switch the terms. I think in one of the testimonies today, we had changed, or had questioned the term residual, and that changed to total.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. So I'm going to use the total instead of the word residual. But would the inclusion of the total rate case expenses from 2020 in the current rate cases revenue requirement, would that cause it to be retroactive rate making?
Okay, can you ask that again, actually?
Would OPC consider it to be retroactive rate making if the rate case expenses from 2020 were included in the current case's revenue requirement?
Through staff's normalization, that's how they're including it, and that's how they've always done it, so I do not believe that is retroactive rate making.
Would you agree that, and I don't want to rehash this because we were talking about the briefing period. I'm sorry, strike that. I'll just move on to the next question. Would you agree that if there wasn't a hearing in this case, that the rate case expense for Raytown would be lower than whatever it will end up being?
Yes.
I'll let you finish.
However, there are ways that this could have been settled before the hearing happened in settlement. So if there was a problem that OPC or staff saw beforehand and that got settled before or a rate case happened at all, then it could have been lower than what staff put in to their day 120 and the day 150. And then going on from that, whatever's included during the hearing and those expenses go up as well. But I think depending on where you're at and how negotiations are going through the rate case, the expense could be lower or higher.
Do you have any empirical evidence to support your statement that people who are paid salary work more than 40 hours a week?
Not at this time. I do not. Through my previous position at my other job that I held as a business analyst and auditor over financial statements from businesses, there were times where you would see salary workers were working more than the 40-hour week. However, they were not reporting overtime. They understood that that was how business works. They have other incentives that they get by being paid a salary that hourly workers do not.
Thank you. Are there any commissioner questions for Mr. Payne? Okay, hearing none, we'll go back to recross examination. Ms. Aslan?
In your rebuttal testimony, could you turn to page 3?
I'm there.
And you state that, I believe it's, the rate case expense included in day 150 is $3,100 and $119, and that should be sufficient enough for recovery by the company?
Yes, as the current rate case expense is rounded up from $3,118.73.
Okay. But for the sake of conversation, we'll just say $3,119.
Yes.
Are you aware that as of day 150, rate case expense only included expenses related to the customer notice and postage?
Yes, but I
Okay,
was not
thank you.
asking for a
So-
50-50 sharing.
Therefore, rate case expense could not be lower than what it was at day 150, correct?
Through your normalization, if you don't include.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Payne.
So then can you ask that question again then? Because I'm not sure.
Yes,
what
so
you're
as
saying.
of day 150, rate case expense included only the customer notice and postage. So would you agree with me that it is not possible for rate case expense to have been any lower in this case than that number?
I'm not sure that's actually true, because wouldn't it'd be the normalization where they'd bring in
That-
2020.
The total amount of rate case expense is quoted in your testimony, Mr. Payne.
For this case is the 3,000.
Exactly,
However,
so in this case, yes or no, could rate case expense have been lower than $3,119 as of day 150?
for what
Yes or
staff
no,
has
Mr.
been
Payne?
wanting-
Please answer my question.
No, then I guess.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Cooper?
Would it be your expectation, based upon the non-unanimous stipulation, that another mailing would be made in this case at the end of the case once the new rates are known?
I think for the increase that has happened, then it seems only right that that should be the thing.
But whatever increases ultimately awarded, the company's going to have to send another notice in this case, isn't it?
Yes.
So presumably, even at 3,119 in rate case expense, they'd only be getting half of their ultimate rate case expense, even if they didn't have legal representation, correct?
Can you say that again? I'm not sure I
So
followed.
with the cost, I believe you said the 3,119 for this case was wholly based upon the mailing and postage, correct?
Yes.
And so if you assume that the company at the end of this case is going to have to make another customer notice, their ultimate expense, even in that scenario, is going to be twice as much as what was built into the non-unanimous agreement, correct?
If you look at it that way, are you saying that the 3,119 is going to be the same amount for the second notice?
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at how staff is taking their number over 2 years until the next rate case. If you took the 319 that is said in my rebuttal before I recommend the amortization, the 319 that would get carried over for 2 years could suffice for both of those.
Yeah, assuming that it's normalized over 2 years.
Yes, assuming.
But how do you, let me look at this just real quick. I guess what I'm seeing in your testimony is that you describe that as the current rate case expense as of the filing of your rebuttal testimony, correct?
For this case, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, and redirect.
Mr. Payne, Ms. Aslan asked you to read, or to list the companies that they recommended the 50-50 sharing companies that they recommended the 50-50 sharing mechanism for. Empire, you said Empire, American Water, and Spire. Were there any other examples of cases where where the staff recommended a 50-50 sharing mechanism?
Yes, there are. As staff witness said earlier, the Twin Hill or Indian Hills. Sorry, actually, just never mind. My address is Twin Hills. Sorry. Indian Hills. They recommended that as well, and then also in the most recent Confluence case, staff witness Doherty, and her direct testimony, page 8, line 17, also recommended a 50-50 sharing for rate case expense.
Okay. Is Confluence a bigger or a smaller company in the state of Missouri than Raytown?
Are you talking water connections or?
Yeah, water connections.
They are
within-
smaller than Raytown in the state of Missouri, yes.
Okay. Ms. Aslan also asked about your the day 150 situation with the fact that we wouldn't be able to add these payments and things like that. Can you began to answer her with why this was slightly different than your direct? Can you finish that answer for me?
I'm not sure I really fully remember her question, so.
Okay, let me, I will, give me a moment. So, this is your syrup bundle, sorry. She referred to page 3 of your rebuttal testimony, I apologize, and she said that the day 150 numbers could not account for this rate case, is that correct? Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
And you began to respond as to why your thoughts may have changed between your rebuttal and your surrebuttal. Can you finish that answer for me?
I don't fully remember what I was going to say in that time period when she asked that question, so I think it's hard for me to actually answer.
Was
without knowing the
there
actual question.
any solution that you had regarding the rate case expense as handled in this case, to handle in this case?
Well, a solution for rate case expense that I gave was to exclude the normalization, or the 2020 case added with the current rate case and dividing those by 2 and taking it over 2 years. My initial recommendation was to exclude 2020 rate case expense and go solely off of what rate case expense for the current case is, which is $3,119, rounding up. My second recommendation and my surrebuttal, moving on, after staff wanted to include attorney fees was for there to be basically to follow commission precedent to add in rate, 50/50 sharing mechanism for rate case expenses that are not the postage fees. So that is Mr. Cooper's fees, but that can also include, if the commission does decide to include the 2020 case and do the average of the two and go over, that would include accounting fees in 2020. So there should be a mechanism, sharing mechanism for that, if that is truly how staff wants to do their recommendation of normalizing for the next 2 years. That is what I'm saying for rate case expense.
Okay. So from the bench, and in response to a question by Mr. Cooper, you said that generally if someone is salaried, they work more than 40 hours a week. Is that the case for both of the salaried employees in this instance?
That both Mr. Clevenger and Miss Clevenger,
Yes.
from my knowledge, and I can't remember the exact DR, Miss Clevenger, who is salaried, actually does not work 40 hours a week. She works, I think it was 32 to 34 hours a week, but
Okay.
still gets paid her full salary.
Okay.
I need to clarify, who is Ms. Clevenger?
Ms. Clevenger is a corporate secretary. She is, she is also a member of Raytown Water. I apologize.
Sorry.
Okay. One moment, sorry. So give me one moment. I am looking at my notes. Do you still believe, when we're talking about the different things that the commission has done, has the commission ever amortized rate case expense?
I do not know a specific case, but I have seen where part of rate case expense has been amortized, yes. And that is a depreciation study, which there's no 50/50 sharing for.
Okay. And you said that there have been other examples of the 50/50 sharing mechanism?
Yes.
How much has Raytown been able to recover for their rate case expense since 2020? Do you know?
So currently rate case expense is, I believe, $5,146 over 3 years. That's effectively, I don't know where my exact. $15,429 in rate case expense has been recovered so far since 2020.
Okay. Do you believe it's proper for customers to be the only, to be required to pay the entire legal fees for the rate case expense?
I do not believe that it is proper for customers to pay for 100% of rate case expense that are other than customer notice and depreciation studies. I think that there should be a sharing mechanism between the company and the ratepayer.
And why do you believe that?
Well, one, it is commission precedent, and it's been that way since 2017. And for the reason of it being a small water case, small assisted water case, doesn't seem right to me, as staff has pointed out from the previous witness, that a small water case had a 50-50 sharing in Indian Hills. And that was for attorney fees, and part of that was actually, part of those attorney fees, one of the attorneys in that case, they did not know what his expenses were going to be, so they actually included it, or excluded it, it's my bad, excluded it from their rate case expense. So they didn't even include it when they normalized that, and they actually normalized that amount over 5 years and made that number a lot smaller, as not to impact the ratepayers.
And how many ratepayers were in that case?
I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay, but it was small water.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am complete, and I was going to say I tender the witness, but I don't think we do.
Just want to make sure there wasn't anything else. Excellent. Mr. Payne, you are excused from the witness stand, subject to recall as we do.
Thank you.
You're and welcome to the Public Service Commission.
Thank you.
Ms. Martin, I believe we are on your last and the last witness in the case. Go ahead.
Give the OPC one moment. I believe that our witness stepped out for a second.
Let's use the time constructively. Anybody thinking about anything we need to bring up as we are going to be ending the hearing in the next short time frame? I'm thinking we still have a due date for all of our paperwork. I'm happy with 2 Fridays from now. That is a lot longer than we initially discussed, and it is a week longer than I normally give for late filed, et cetera, paperwork. In this case, Thanksgiving is coming next week. And I am more concerned about briefs and the judge's responsibility to produce a draft. I'm more worried about those things than I am about if you all can get your paperwork in 1 week versus 2. The transcript is going to take 10 business days. I don't recall if this was the case where it was requested, but nobody followed up to ask again. I think that's all the announcements we have, and we have our witness in the box. So let's move with that. Thank you, ma'am. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. And Ms. Martin, your witness.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Shaben. Can you please state and spell your name?
Angela Shaben, ANGELASCHAB as in boy, EN.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
The Missouri Office of the Public Counsel as a regulatory auditor, utility regulatory auditor.
Are you the same Angela Shaben that prepared the pre-filed testimony that has been pre-marked with exhibits 209, 210, and 211?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any corrections to your testimony?
Yes, on surrebuttal, page 11, line 13, should be 1993 instead of 1994.
Thank you. And other than that one correction, if I were to ask you the questions in your testimony today, would your answers be substantially the same?
Yes.
Okay. Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibits numbered 209, 210, and 211 onto the record.
You've heard the motion by council. I'll combine the question into one. Are there any objections to the admission of those three exhibits? Hearing none, they are also admitted. To repeat for the record, 209, 210, 211.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Aslan?
Good afternoon. Could you turn to page 14 of your direct testimony?
Say the page again.
14.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm here.
And just generally, the latter half of the page, starting at line 15, would it be a proper characterization of your testimony to say that you are expressing concerns about Raytown Water being a family-run business or employing large numbers of family members? I guess if you'd like, I can point you to a specific portion. Starting on page 25, you say RWC's audit committee cannot be viewed as independent with its composition of two familial board members. And the meeting's
Objection, I don't see a page 25.
I said
14.
I said line 25.
Oh, I thought you said page 25, sorry.
And the meetings consist of only family members. Further
Well,
up.
It's hard to see how they can really be independent if it's,
So it would be fair to characterize that OPC has concerns about that?
there were concerns raised in the management audit.
Does OPC still have concerns about that?
It really depends on, I think it's fair to say there are some concerns.
Okay. To your knowledge, is there any applicable statute or commission rule prohibiting utilities from being family-run businesses?
Not that I'm aware.
Could we move to your SIR rebuttal? Page 2. Just let me know when you're there.
I am here.
All right, starting at line 4, you state that utility regulators exist specifically to combat situations such as this one where staff in Raytown are seeking to raise consumer rates by 42.5% in a 3-year period. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So do you believe that the commission should only be looking at how much a customer is paying for utility service and ignore what rates are necessary for safe and adequate service?
I don't think that's the characterization of that
Okay.
specific phrase.
We're going to move on now to the management audit. You were familiar with the 1993 management audit, correct?
I'm familiar with the 1993 management audit.
And you would agree with me that that was 30 years ago?
It was 30 years ago.
And would you agree with me that that case was closed in the year 2000?
It was closed after the implementation plans were satisfactory, which I believe was approximately around 2000.
Okay. Do you think that staff should not be allowed to change its approach to things like company management over a 30-year period?
I think the fundamental principles of management still apply from 30
Okay.
years ago.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it possible that something staff viewed as concerning in 1993 could be resolved in a way that was not detailed in the management audit? In other words, would you agree that most issues likely have multiple solutions?
I think it depends on the issue.
Well, yes.
Of which you're speaking.
So some could. Yes or no?
It depends on the issue.
In regards to Raytown's current business practices, do you have any reason to believe that Raytown customers have been harmed by any deviations from the recommendations in the 1993 management audit?
I think that's a general characterization that's difficult to quantify.
So yes or no, do you have any reason to believe that they are being harmed or not?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't know that I got a yes or a no.
She said it's hard to quantify.
Is that a no?
I think that the implication is it's hard for her to be able to say yes or no definitively, since she cannot quantify whether or not they would be harmed or how much.
Okay, well, I can move on. So if you're uncertain, do you then have no empirical data to show that customers are being harmed?
I think that would be a better question for a witness like Dr. Mark or Mr. Robinette, who reviewed.
So you have no empirical data to show that Raytown customers are being harmed by any deviations from the management audit, is that correct?
Myself, I don't.
Okay. Are you an expert in management audits?
I have.
Yes or no, ma'am?
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I thought you were.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
Sorry, I'm good. Would you agree with me that Raytown Water is not a publicly traded company?
They're not on the exchange that's monitored by SEC, if that's what you mean.
Would you also agree with me that board members are elected by shareholders?
Board members are elected by shareholders who are mostly the Clevenger family, right? Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they mostly are. Certainly some are. In fact, I think your testimony says they're not majority, but. So, bottom line.
Shareholders?
Would you?
Shareholders or board members?
Board members, I think, in your testimony. But regardless, going back to my kind of the start of this string, would you agree that board members are elected by shareholders?
The board members are elected by shareholders.
And that's true of every corporation, correct?
That is true.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. We will ask for commissioner questions. If there's any commissioner questions. I don't hear any. The bench does have a couple, and I, of course, will ask the commissioners one more time. I wanted to talk about the management audit. Were there any specific recommendations from the management audit that OPC found that Raytown was not following?
Yes. And that is the formal competitive bidding procedures, the automated general ledger, the reimbursement of personal use of a company vehicle on a monthly basis and at a competitive rate, and again, with the formal bidding process, the bidding for vehicles, and the implementation of the accounting procedures, which required the charging of non-regulated businesses for the use of company resources, which I think I already said in a roundabout way.
Okay. I'm counting 3 that you listed.
I mean, those were my major, the business management practices were my major ones.
If I recall, and I reference one of the handouts from yesterday, which is the spreadsheet, and this was attached to somebody's testimony. Oh, it was attached to your testimony, so it's already in evidence. But there are 48 recommendations.
Yes.
Does OPC have any reason to believe that the majority are not being followed?
Well, several of those recommendations are related to, like field, water, technology that might be outdated now. It's the business recommendations that are still mostly relevant. They are relevant today.
Okay.
I mean, not all of those recommendations are, yeah.
You've mentioned that a couple times, and both in your pre-filed testimony and today, the concept that in 30 years, the management practices generally are remaining best practices, the things that were. Do you have any empirical evidence to support that?
Well, I've been with the state I've been a state employee for like 19 years.
You spent a lot of time in IT, though.
3 years. I spent 3 years in IT.
Okay.
But like, around 6 or 7 years, I've worked with contracts, procurement practices, directly and indirectly. I've helped program managers.
So you're calling on your previous experience and the direction of the employer being state of Missouri as your evidence that those business practices are still relevant today.
Right. I've worked with program managers on writing contract deliverables.
Thank you. I don't need to go through that.
Right.
How many employees do you know are in the state of Missouri working for the state?
Well, there's a lot of employees in general, but the
Yes.
departments I've worked for were smaller. Although there's each department can have its own policies and procedures regarding procurement.
Okay. So would you disagree if I gave a range of state employees between 30,000 and 60,000? That's the total number, give or take, as a good ballpark estimate of how many people work for the state of Missouri?
That's a good ballpark, but one individual department is not going to house all of those employees.
How many departments are in the state government?
About 13, give or take, 14.
And are you familiar with what OA means?
Office of Administration.
And they do a lot of procurement of contracts over state government, right?
They are the central office over procurement, but the individual departments work on their own and collaborate with OA.
Do you know about how many employees Raytown has?
Is it about 17? Approximately. But clearly, a contract process is, you can use it effectively no matter what the size of the company.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask if there's any commissioner questions. Again, this is the last witness. Are there any commissioner questions for Ms. Shaben? Hearing none, let's go to re-cross-examination. Ms. Haslam?
No questions.
Mr. Cooper?
No questions.
Redirect?
Hello.
So, Miss Aslan asked you if there were concerns with Raytown Company being a family-run business. Do you remember that?
I do remember.
Do you happen to have your testimony with you, including attachments?
I have my testimony. Which attachments?
Attachment ADS-D3. It is the initial brief of the City of Raytown for WR 9285.
I don't have that attachment, but I do recall it.
Okay. I have it with me, so I'm gonna give you a little bit to read. It's not long. It's a sentence.
Okay. What page should the rest of us go to?
The first page is page 1. It's not numbered, but it's page 1. And it's the first paragraph.
I see.
Okay, thank you. Can you read the portion, I think it's the end of the paragraph where they speak about the number of family members working for Raytown? If I had mine in front of me, I would point to it directly.
The sentence beginning "not content" in the middle-ish of the paragraph?
Okay.
Is that the sentence, Ms. Martin?
Yes.
Okay. Not content with providing well-compensated employment for at least 7 members of the Clevenger clan, including its 84-year-old matriarch. The company also wants an additional $495,374 a year in revenues from its ratepayers, which would result in an unprecedented 22% return on equity.
Okay. And can you move to page 8 of that brief? It will also only be a sentence.
Okay.
It's right before the surcharge. Can you read that last sentence?
The city strongly recommends that before the next rate case in 18 months, that the commission order a management audit of this company.
Okay. I'm not going to let her read that statement into the record.
Okay, yeah. Can you express the general?
No.
Not
It's
the,
already in evidence.
Okay.
Everyone can read it that needs
Okay,
to if you need
that's
to cite
fine.
it.
So could you say it is fair to state that in the city's view, the quote.
Objection. I don't think the
Yep.
witness should be interpreting what the
Yep.
city says.
Okay. Does the city say anything about addressing the family-run business aspect of Raytown in this brief?
I believe so.
Okay. And they are concerned?
They are concerned.
Okay. So, Ms. Aslan also asked if the issues could be solved in ways that are not brought up in that management audit. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Are the issues that the OPC has brought up in this case relating to that relate back to that management audit solved, in your opinion?
No.
Okay. So, one of the examples you gave of examples that they were not fulfilling was not utilizing the competitive bidding process. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give an example of not utilizing that competitive bidding process?
For the AMI investment,
And do you know roundabout how much that AMI investment was?
well, originally it was estimated to be around 3.8 million, but now it's, well, the last I saw it was over 4 million.
Okay. So, do you think that it is a harm to customers for there not to be a competitive bidding process in consideration with that AMI?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper asked about how the commission handles private corporations. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes.
I guess I would object.
Public.
I didn't think my question's related to how the commission handles private corporations.
What was your, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question that you had asked?
I believe I stated they were not a publicly traded
Oh, that's
company.
what it
Nothing
was.
to do with regulation by this commission, certainly.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, so, pardon me. So Mr. Clevenger characterized this, Mr. Cooper, sorry, Mr. Clevenger, as a not publicly traded company. Is that correct? Okay. Do you remember the conversation discussing this company as a not publicly traded company?
I remember.
Okay. So with public utilities, is it normal for them to still have regulation despite not being publicly traded?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about one of the other requirements was the automated general ledger and the automation of the financing. Do you remember that?
I remember.
Okay. Do you know if there's been any struggle with the automated general ledger, with the general ledger not being automated for Raytown in this case?
There has been a struggle getting information such as the month-end financial statements and, well, an accurate amount entered into the ledger related to the vehicles that were sold.
Okay. And regarding the financial statements that you just discussed, have we been able to get any of their financial information in a timely manner in this case?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So we asked about the state of Missouri, how many employees, Judge Hadra asked how many employees the state of Missouri has. Do you remember that?
I remember.
Do you know how many individuals in Missouri live in Missouri? Have a guesstimate.
I think it's over 6 million now, approximately,
Okay.
maybe.
And can you reiterate with me how many connections or customers exist for Raytown Water?
Was it approximately 6,500?
Okay. And so, poor management decisions, do you think that affects, monetarily affects 600 or 6,500 people more or less than 6 million?
More.
Okay.
Economies of scale.
Okay. Does the state of Missouri or OA require competitive bidding for large-scale capital projects?
They do.
Okay.
Last I checked, it was anything over either 10 or 20,000 required competitive bidding.
Okay. And given that you stated there would be more of an effect on mismanagement for 6,500 customers than for the 6 million of Missouri, do you think that that means that the management of those financials is more or less important than it would be for the state of Missouri?
More important.
Okay. Thank you. I am complete, or I'm finished.
What about the other?
Oh, well, I don't think we can enter it in. We have, records. So, we just had some driving records. No questions. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay, understood. Ms. Shaven, appreciate your being here to testify today. You are excused, not subject to recall, because you're the last witness.
Hooray.
Let's talk about next steps. December 6th is initial post-hearing briefs. December 13th are reply briefs. That date matches the staff-assisted rate case timeline, which is why that date was chosen, I believe. Today's the 17th, so I'm expecting transcripts in a maximum of 10 business days, which is next Friday, December 1st. Yes?
Will that be affected by the holiday?
Will what be effective?
The transcripts.
They have a 10-day business, they have 10 business days under contract.
Okay.
So the latest would be 2 Fridays, 10 business days. Then that second Friday is December 1st, I believe. Somebody will throw something at me if I'm wrong. But
Would it be possible to expedite? Since, I know this is, I think, where you're talking about, we didn't bring that, so sorry about that.
so, here's the problem. It's a small company rate case, and expedited transcripts cost double.
Who pays for the expedited?
Typically, the commission. Boy, that is subject to check. Somebody will tell me when I get upstairs, I'm sure. But you should know, I've gotten in a lot of trouble for ordering expedited transcripts when I first got here, because I did not know that the price doubled. So I just was like, oh yeah, sure, we'll do that. So I just want to put that in everybody's head that that's happening. I would like to talk about the 2 notices that I will produce on Monday. Notice of all the exhibits admitted. That is the general and standard practice, and that will just be a list of all of the numbers that we have admitted so that all parties have one piece of paper that they can go to show person's name, rebuttal, okay. Then the second one, I will be issuing a notice of orders given during this hearing. It'll just summarize all of these little things that I'm going to go over now, assigning an errata sheet to the company. I'll figure out who it was when I listen to the tape. I'm assigning an errata sheet to everybody, yeah. So everybody, I can't read my writing. Response to... I'll figure that one out in a minute. So then I'm also going to be putting in that notice, I ordered Exhibit 400. Those are work papers regarding Truck 206. That was staff. Exhibit 401, that was the known and... What's the rest of that phrase?
Measurable.
Thank you. Known and measurable. I put it in my notes, but I only got the first 4 letters. Known and measurable rate case expenses. I've already given all the little details about what we're looking for. 402 was the Suez presentation. That was an attachment A to the application in the finance case. The judge took notice of that and will file that as a paper exhibit copy. And Exhibit 403 requesting the copy from the company of its USG contract. And I'm specifically requesting Mr. Cooper to review that contract for confidentiality information. Please make sure that that review is included in your rate case, cost of service, sir, billing, or whatever it is.
While we're on that, as a hint on my errata sheet, I believe it's Ms. Thompson is the only person for us.
Is, okay. Have we set a date for all of this to be due? The errata sheet, the exhibits, blah, blah, blah. Let's set the Thursday, November 30th. I know that that is close to it's a week away from initial briefs, but, and this is a big heads up for anybody who might be objecting to any of these exhibits. I am going to set a short time period of 1 day for objections. The reason I'm making it shorter than the norm is this case has a compressed time frame. We are also giving 2 weeks in between now and that submission. I expect that any review that would take place would not be taking place in the 24 hours between when it's due and when objections are due. So I just want to make that clear. I'm going to give the parties extra time to submit it, but I'm only going to give 1 day for objections, because I figure at that point, you know, if you want to object, just file something. Okay? And so due date of Thursday, the 30th. Are there any other matters before I adjourn this proceeding? Excellent. We are adjourned and off the record. Thank you all, and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Judge.